Let's start. Session, what is it? 32, I think I called it, right? Session,
Yes.
yeah, 32. I named it Misty Forest because I assume you wanted to go to the Misty Forest.
Sure.
But, oh, well, what
Meline's
would
been
be
Meline's been whining about that place for months.
months? Exactly. All right, but before we start today's session, what happened last time?
Okay, so last time we found out what was on the other side of the portal. Uh, kind of woke up. Well, I guess sort of woke up. We were kind of in a pile in the basement of some house that turned out to be not too far from Daggerford and the major city, Waterdeep. So after poking around this house and figuring out where we were, we built a little cart and ended up hauling ourselves back to Waterdeep. As soon as we got there, we went to meet with someone from the council. Fortunately, it was the blowhard, Lord Neverember. Um, we left. We told him about what we found. He seemed to think that this was a good time to attack, but it seems to me that any time to him is a good time to attack. We could have told him that one of the dragons stubbed their toe, and he would have been like, "This is an excellent opportunity." Uh, so yeah, he's gonna go rush off and get everybody killed. Probably. We left the Mythile with him. Probably not the best day because he's probably gonna do stuff to it. Him. Uh, who knows? Who knows what that cook's gonna try to do? He seems a little bit irresponsible with his toys.
The elf was naked.
uh, let's see. Caius took his wife. His wife was with us the whole time. Uh, Dropped her off at the awning portal and made preparations for her to be sent to Daggerford. Maybe not a great idea since Daggerford was kind of crowded the last time we were there, but uh, so we then, after November, we went to find the lady whose name I can't remember off the top of my head. She
Silver and
oh yeah, Silverhand. What's his name? She was in. She was not expecting us. Apparently, still deep in mourning. Probably half asleep as well. But we told her basically the same things we told Neverember, maybe a little bit more because we told her about the dragons that we had met, and she kind of gave us some information, but kind of didn't give us information. Kind of left it open ended as to what we thought would be our next step, as far as I recall. Um, so after meeting with her, we decided that we were going to try to hunt down these dragons, the elder dragons, the big bads. Um, Sort of starting out in the Misty Forest, although I don't think any of the dragons were really there. But it's not too far from where one of the big white ones might be. Not too far in terms of, it's in the middle of the freaking ocean. It looks, but
I
Odin swears there was a black dragon there.
I thought the white one was the one that was near Trollbark Forest in Skakadarak.
Yeah, but it's not one of those dragons. He's completely different.
or you
Was
mean
one of the
Orvuterus? You mean Orvuterus, and she is. I mean, okay.
I thought she was
So
the mate of what's his name,
Arathator.
and Arathator was the one that was attacking the
Arathator was the
Silvery
one
Moon.
in Oyavikaton which you found.
But just fairly well. Golda thought maybe he was the one that was attacking Silvery Moon as well, the bigger
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
So if he's doing that, his mate's probably not gonna be not on their side. I think we can kind of discount her, but who knows? The dragons don't exactly like. They kind of just meet up, make eggs, and then leave. So I don't think they really, as far as I know. I mean, I don't know, but yeah. So yeah, I guess that's the synopsis. As far as I recall, I know we were kind of thinking about heading towards the Misty Forest.
So I can show you a little bit that you might have seen with L'Oreal. I guess I'll do it this way. Oh, good. It doesn't show. You see this? It's great, isn't it?
Wow, is that a white dragon in a snowstorm?
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's do it like this. I know this works, so I guess. I'll make it bigger though because this program is shitty. But this is basically it. What you might have seen with her.
Dragon territories.
Yeah. And the big white all along the coast is Aureviaturus.
He overlaps with the blue one a lot. I'm surprised they haven't.
They all overlap with each other, yeah. So yeah, have fun finding her. That's why I put her like there.
Yeah.
Like
it looks like we'd be better off going. Well, the one black one is one mirror dead, right? Like, I don't think that's the black one we're looking for, though. You figure the bigger the dragon, the bigger the territory?
No, but it depends on the dragon, right? Like black dragons mostly stay in their marches. Green dragons usually stay mostly in their. I mean, this is where they are sighted, basically, right?
Mm.
So yeah, a lot, and basically this means there's more going on than just the 5 you were talking about, right? I mean, obviously. All right. So anything to add?
I think one of the big points of the meeting with Lady Silverhand was that we identified what that spell was that was used in Silvery Moon as a soul binding spell.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of figured out exactly what that meant in terms of why the dragon cult decided to raise an entire goddamn city. So
we forgot about fangirling over this Thieves Guild too.
Yes.
I mean, it meant that if Kaya's wife had died, she'd be in the nine hells.
Gone forever.
All those poor apprentices.
Just my students are this time, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, how many students did you have?
It was like 6, wasn't it?
I had lots of students, but I think like 8 died.
I mean, Caius,
None now.
Caius, you told them in class, go to hell, so.
Well, just think, they went up so that we didn't have to.
I mean, they went to the 9 hells. I think each one of them got his own hell.
It's Caius' class. That's where they are right now.
The 9 layers of Chaos class.
Right.
This is how you cast fiery, have a burning head in the face. All right. Yeah. Yeah, you met apparently a few people from the Thieves Guild or something. Ran into them, so to speak.
I wanted their armor.
Killed some ruffians that were around as well.
They had more stealth than I did.
Oh no! 8 plus 1 more stealth. Yeah, and you spoke with L'Oreal about a few other things as well, but I think that's good enough. All right. So last thing we left off is you guys basically going back to the Yawning Portal Inn, right? Because it was already late. And I think, I don't know if Emmy, I know that you wanted to go to the Harper's Outlook next, but I don't know if you wanted to do this evening or next morning. So we'll just start in the middle of the city, basically after you left L'Oreal, because you just left that with the. I think you just left, and the stuff with the Thieves Guild happened, right? So that's where we're gonna pick off.
I think that happened before we went to see L'Oreal.
Yeah,
it's on the way there.
All right. Yeah. Might be that way too. Mm-hmm. But yeah, again, you're in the city at night, and now decided what you want to do next.
Well, that was interesting. I didn't know you all talked to other dragons. Just had conversation with them, I guess.
It was a shock to me the first time as well, so join the club. Something tells me we aren't done with that sort of thing yet.
Lovely. Well, it's getting pretty late, and people are apparently attacking people in the street. So, shall we head back to the awning portal, or do you guys have other business?
I think my business has to take place in the morning. If anyone needs anything from the apothecary, I'll pick up supplies, spend some time on that tomorrow. But other than that, we need to get to the Misty Forest sooner rather than later.
I
Sure,
would
you
like
can-
First damn
to
place.
stop in with my group and just check in.
Of course.
Okay.
Unfortunately, since the debacle with cords, I probably should go alone.
That's
What
certainly understandable.
What do you mean?
My friends tend to be a bit secretive, and cords was not an ally. And I
You said there was a wizard there that could possibly find him.
maybe I could ask him about him. Do we have anything of cords? Do you still have that ring, like that ring that his family made, Molly?
Yes,
do
I
you think
still
you could
have
use
it.
that? I mean, it wasn't his, but it belonged to his family. To scry off of.
I mean, he was there when I got it.
I think it has to be his possession, though. I mean, we knew him to some degree. I forget the exact needs for scry, since I'm not a scryer, but I do recall needing to have a possession
Well,
of theirs.
Well, this might at least narrow it down. It was made by his brother. Technically,
I mean, we might be able to find out where his...
would be near his family.
Yeah, you'd think. But if we find his family, we could always
Well,
get where he is.
I don't know if this counts as possession, but if money does, I want at least 25 gold off him on bets.
Doesn't can I make I guess in our contract to know if I know how the scry spell works?
Yeah, sure.
I know how it works, but
DC is like 8.
okay.
I mean, you're a professor on the
Yeah.
magic school. I mean, okay, it's not exactly your kind of area of expertise, but
I just didn't want to bring
Yeah.
out of game knowledge in by accident.
yeah. Like, that's fine, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
From what I know of the scrying spell, I can't do it myself, but you don't need to have anything with a person. You just have to know who they are. I mean, I guess it would be him casting spells. You'd have to have something. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
I mean, I think having a possession helps.
absolutely.
If he's heard of the person, like he met Cords, didn't he? He brought him to this place.
Briefly? Well, I don't know if he met cords, but I know cords. Well, I thought
It's about the person who cast it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so-
he didn't really know cords.
but he met him. It says if he's met him, then he can still cast it.
Don't remember if he met him.
I think he stayed outside, actually.
I
don't
think
know.
he stayed up in the antique shop and poked around. I don't think he actually went down.
Yeah,
So a
because he
possession
was followed that time, right? I think that's why he stayed outside.
Yeah, a possession might be our best chance, since I don't know. Nobody has any of the rocks he was throwing around or the belt that came alive.
No one has any piece of clothing or possession, and no, I guess you don't have any of his stuff. Eh?
Yeah.
The belts that came alive were the enemy's belts, not
Okay.
his own.
Yeah, I'm just
Yes,
trying to-
Bell kept him alive.
Well, he
The best
did
is if
actually
anyone
wear
took
them
what
for a
remained
while,
of the daggery through, right? But I think the dagger turned kind of to ash.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
didn't.
Well,
think
you
about
didn't
that.
grab it.
Yeah,
I mean,
didn't think about
we
that.
could try with the ring that his family made, since they put a lot of work into it, and that would at least tell us where his family is, and then that could lead. but I don't know if we could
Wait.
really.
I have it. I've been having these things forever. And I take out my snow boots, which he did give me.
Nice.
Okay, question here, Thorin. Did you have the snow boots on in the city of Silvery Moon when you left, or not? Because you lost a lot of, or were they on your horse, well, ram, or were
I mean,
they
we've been running around all winter. You think we would have been wearing them?
Yeah, I mean,
in
the last
Silvery
time
Moon?
was
During a siege?
the last time we were in battle, right? We returned from the snow. I no longer have the ram, right? Remember when he sold it out? I assume
Yeah.
I took it off when I got in town and put it in my bag because the ram wasn't there.
I just mean like that's what I told you like last session, right? The stuff that you had in your hotel room or on your mounts, if your mounts aren't with you anymore, obviously is not with you anymore, right? That's what I meant.
Which
That's why
includes my 10 rations.
Oh no! And the pipe weed, which was probably on the ram.
No. How can you be so cruel?
No, yeah, sure, why not? I mean, it's interesting, but I'll get to that in a second when you want to do it.
Yeah, you can have him. I don't plan to go to snow. Besides, I don't want anything from that treacherous little bastard of... Can't even grow a beard. Sandstone, I say.
All right, I'll and kind of like wrinkle my nose at them because they're boots. But you know,
Thorin wore boots. That Thorin wore. I guess it's just the baskets right underneath. I don't know how you say
yeah, it was just
Yeah,
snowshoes, right? It wasn't like boots.
Yeah,
It's like
snowshoes,
strap-ons,
snowshoes.
right? It's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
these net. I don't know how they say it in English, right? But these net
Yeah.
things that you put under your shoes so you have more surface area.
Oh,
I mean-
snowshoes. Yeah.
I guess.
Is it
I
just
guess.
Yeah, snowshoes. Yeah.
Yeah. Can I borrow the ring, Malin, and just in case? I mean,
Of course.
I'm not even sure the guy can scry, but you know.
Oh, you can
If he
scry.
can.
You might have to flash him to get him to
Please,
scry.
that was like this. He became a wizard for that
Just
spell.
to be able to.
Oh, that's true. That is true. He like steals panties and then scries off of them. He goes down to the undermat, steals panties out of the dryer, and then uses them to scry.
Anyway.
Okay, I don't know if you know this dude. I don't know if you know this dude, but I need to post this image now. I hope it actually is.
Okay.
I don't think Photo Bucket is postable. Let me get another picture then.
What the hell?
So that's the plan. Then you're gonna go talk to your
Yeah.
agents, and we'll go back to the awning portal, I suppose.
Golda, I've been there before. Are you sure I could just come along?
You can come, I guess. No offense, but even though you're like a professor and stuff, you know, I just met you. Caius.
And this is crazy.
No problem at all. Just be careful walking back at night.
Well, if Molly's with me, you know, if we run into those thieves again, we might get rid of something, but you know. No, just
I wouldn't mind that.
He just starts walking away.
I don't know that.
All right.
All right, so I guess I'm gonna set off to visit. It's middle of the night, though, right?
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
So we might visit them in the morning because I think the last time I tried to visit in the middle of the night, everybody was asleep.
That happens in the middle of the night.
So yeah, let's hit them in the morning before we leave. Let's, you know.
All right. Morning it is.
All right.
Was there anything else we wanted to accomplish in Waterdeep before we set off?
I think you wanted to do something.
I know I wanted to go and take care of business with the apothecary, but that's got to wait until morning as well. I'm just kind of making like a little checklist for tomorrow.
Middle of the night. Wake up! I need my coffee.
I know they have it. Damn it! All right, so Harper's apothecary. And did we?
Lewis?
We need to get we're gonna need to get new mounts.
Yep, that was something, and I think Lewis, you also wanted to visit with someone, right?
It was just to catch up with Bron Anvil.
I still have my dog, but I might trade him for a pony because he's gonna get killed. He's been too lucky. He's run out of dice rolls. Gonna leave him with the guild.
Maybe Lady Silverhand could use the dog since she's, little animal therapy. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure I've left him with Leosin before.
I think
I
right
still
now.
believe that.
I think right now he is. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go.
I think right now he's at the yawning portal, right, waiting for you with Caius' wife.
Who the dog?
Yep.
Probably, yeah. Could send him to Daggerford with his wife too. You need a new dog, Caius?
I'm sure my family would appreciate a dog. We'll see.
I mean, you're expecting, right? You can have a big dog to look over for him to ride.
That would be nice. Yeah, I figure it's on the way to Misty Forest, so I'm not going to send her there. I'm just going to take her myself.
That works.
Didn't you send for family to come get her though?
Yeah, but we'll be able to get there before they make it here, so.
And we'll be able to get there before the letter gets there.
Yeah, it will be awkward. Just like, okay, bye, and then like a day later. Oh,
Hi, guys.
like,
Yeah, basically.
all right.
I didn't realize we were going that direction, so I may as well take her there myself.
I don't think any of us really realized what direction we were going in until now.
Fair enough.
Things seem to change sometimes. All right, so what's the plan?
I think we
Sleep,
go to bed.
sleep,
Sleep.
Do all that.
sleep, wake up in the morning.
Wait,
All right.
how much is a drink at the Yawning Portal?
Depends on what you want to drink.
Well,
Could be a few copper, could be a few gold, right?
Marlene would like to drink quite a bit, even though she can no longer get drunk, so better to do it now and not tomorrow when she has to deal with Mr. Shrine Wizard.
Poison resistance, isn't it kind of useless?
Yeah.
Good point.
You might need something else. Like, I don't know. Well, any kind of intoxication is literally toxic.
Poison and disease, I can't do it anymore.
Oh, getting high for you.
Being a monk has repercussions at level 10, man.
First world monk problems. All right, so back to the Yawning Portal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sleep.
Right, yeah, when you get, when you... Okay, so first of all, Waterdeep is kind of crowded too, although due to the time of day or night it is at this point, obviously even that kind of quiets down the streets a little bit more, and you get to the Yawning Portal without any other disruptants or disturbance, which you had when you went towards the Sea Ward. Yeah, when you're back there, there's still a few people awake, but most of them are either completely and hopelessly drunk at this point, or maybe asleep, or maybe both, right? So basically, they're starting to clean up a little bit. It's like 3:30 in the morning, right? When you finally get to the Yawning Portal. So.
Well, good night, everyone. I'm going to try to get some sleep for tomorrow. I just head upstairs to my room.
And yeah, you have a room.
Yeah.
For 2 weeks, I think you had it, right?
Yeah, overpaid for that one, but that's okay. Unless I have to come back here.
Right. So you go to your bed, and the rest of you, if there's nothing you want to do, you speak. with some of the barmaids or whatever that are trying to kind of clean up the place at this point, and kind of get a few keys. So 2 rooms or 1 room. I don't know.
Alright.
For 1 night. Few silvers, right?
This door's too loud for me to sleep with.
All right.
I can't.
So that's like what, like a silver each.
And that
For
one
night.
time where he woke up and had to fight the dragon naked, that was uncomfortable for all involved.
We'll get a room for the girls. We'll get a room for the girls.
Sure.
It
Like,
wasn't really
it's-
dragon, but dragon cultists, you know.
Yeah, it's like a silver for each, right? So. Yeah, one.
Knock off a silver.
All right. So yeah, you go to bed, sleep through the night, sleep a little bit into the morning since it's already late, and I guess Marlene, we wake up first. Wake up, right?
All right. Well, as soon as everything opens, I'm going to head to the apothecary and I'll leave a note for Golda saying I'll be right back. Just gone shopping.
Sure. Yeah, you get there.
Oh, did she have the
And-
writ on her person? Because otherwise, I need money from the Bank of
I think
Thorns.
Thorin has the. I think
You want to wake Thorin? Or
Yeah,
steal
I
from him?
will. I'm gonna knock on Thorin's door bright and early in the morning.
Yeah. Like 4 hours after you went to sleep. Cool.
Thorin,
How is it?
it's Marlene.
Alright. You're rummaging and things being like spilled, and the dwarf comes over. He just has like an overcoat as he pops open the door, looks to both sides, closes it, takes off the chain, and then opens fully. Alright, what do you want?
I'm about to go to the apothecary. Do you have the writ so I can get supplies?
It's like in the middle of the morning for you.
And you woke me up for that.
Yes,
This
yes, I
couldn't
did.
wait.
No, it really couldn't. Otherwise, I'm wasting time that everything else needs to get done.
And there I'm having trouble sleep because I'm thinking that a fucking pillar of flame will come from the sky.
It might. Now, do you have the writ or not?
It's here somewhere. And he goes over to the back and gets you the rig. As he gives it to you, see that the bed there's like just pillows on it. He was sleeping in a corner.
Yeah, it's far too
It's
And-
the worst
Far
little
too
bed stealth you
soft.
ever saw.
it's far too soft.
Why don't you go back to sleep? And was there anything you wanted me to pick up in particular, or just things to make health potions?
Well, I don't know if they have this with.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Nah, never mind. I'll just get me own. Nah, that's all.
All right.
Are you any good
Uh,
with poisons? Awake.
I have an antitoxin. I could make poisons, but finding them will be wonderful. Anyway, I'll take the writ and head out.
Yep.
And I'll go back to that apothecary.
Absolutely. What do you want to buy from him? I mean, you want to roleplay this out, or we just want to go?
I'm
through it.
I'm going to go and get the same supplies that I got before, just enough to make several healing potions. I'll skip the antitoxins this time around.
All right. So you want like more supplies of that?
Yeah, and if he has anything for like pain relief for me, obviously I do have one thing of pain relief.
Hey, you
so
look like
I'll probably
Scarface,
need
right?
more. Yeah, I'm gonna need a little more if he's got anything that can help with that.
All right. Yeah, he can help you a little bit with like your cream for your face, your beauty cream. Sure. I mean, obviously, you would need to prepare it yourself if you want to not pay the extra or want to make sure that it's done the right way, whatever. He just has material for 2 healing potions though, because it seems that many people are buying this stuff at the moment.
Okay, that sounds good. So, yeah, I'll do that. And I'll show him the writ and say, well, is this all right to cover my needs?
I mean, it says on the red that they have to comply in the name of
I
God
haven't
will
used
never
it.
remember.
I haven't used it before, so right.
If it worked in Silver Moon, it's
thank-
gonna work on the town that the guy is in.
I'll thank him for his
I
time.
mean,
And
you
then,
rented a fucking boat with this thing for a few weeks, right? So
oh yeah, we
absolutely.
did that. Yeah, I'll go ahead and get my supplies and head back, and I'd like to try and craft those right
Yep.
away before
Give
Golda
me-
wakes up.
give me a check plus
Medicine, yeah.
Herbalism kit. Check.
Herbalism kit, which is wisdom plus
Intelligence plus
intelligence
plus. You are proficient in herbalism, right? That was the thing. So you get your proficiency modifier.
Okay, so that's going to be.
I think it's +4 at this point, right? Is it 3 or 4? I think it's 4.
Yeah, it's 4, and I have no intelligence, so I'll just roll straight +4.
Yep.
All right, so
Right.
there's 1.
I would say there are 3 healing potions, but
Okay. So 3 healing potions. Do you need me to roll again? For anything?
no. What you want to do? Then I guess the cream for you is fine.
Sure. Okay. Awesome. All right. Thank you. That's what I
It will
wanted.
take you a little bit, right? But when the rest kind of wakes up, you kind of finish that.
Okay. So 3 healing potions, and then an additional use of that pain salve.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
All right. So, anything else you want to do?
For me, no. I'm waiting for Golda.
Yeah,
Wake
I
up.
mean, as I said, like you roughly wake up when you kind of started to finishing these salves. And by the way, the healing potion you kind of made isn't really necessarily like a potion. It's more like a paste or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Mix
some
it with
point-
water. Shake it real good. It'll work just fine.
It's a potion.
Just add water.
Yeah, exactly. Cook 3 minutes, add water. It's the potion. Yeah, but I mean, at some point, like, probably shouldn't wait necessarily more than a month to consume them.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Because medicinal herbs.
Well, with this party, we'll drink them tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So as you
Alright.
finish this, rest of you guys kind of wake up. I assume, Gulda, you wake up like half an hour early because your dog isn't really waiting for you. When there's someone else in the room kind of doing shit, the dog would kind of wake, and when the dog wakes,
Yeah, probably. She wouldn't care.
he's like, I'm hungry. give me stuff to eat now.
She'd probably feed him really good and like because she's expecting to part ways with him.
Yeah.
Like at Daggerford, so she'd like make the last couple are like
All right.
really good. So
So your command when you leave Waterdeep is like roll out. Is that it? All right. Yeah, no problem. You kind of, while you kind of tend to your dog, then at some point, I guess Caius, you, your wife, and Thorin, then 20 hours later, I don't know, wake up too. So yeah.
Morning. As I walk out, I'll tell my wife too when we're in our room that we're gonna make for Daggerford today, and she doesn't have to stay here any longer.
Yep.
I'll walk out of my room, and if I see Thorin out in the kind of hallway, I'll just say,
Yeah, he's
Morning.
having his morning mead.
"I like your style."
I could have a sit and have one.
Yeah,
Did he
well,
get accosted by the elf though?
No.
What's with them? Seriously, come and knock me in the middle of the night. The sun was barely up.
I don't know. I have not talked to much of their kind
Right.
until recently, but
Well, since we
They
believe
are-
in today,
they are a strange folk, though.
don't I know it? All right, I'll be seeing Brannanville. Feel free to enjoy your morning meal.
Yeah, I guess I'll, while you're gone, see if I can figure some other stuff out.
If you can, see if you can find some mounts. The elf has the right money.
Okay, yeah, I'll see if I can.
Aye. And I just nod him and
So you
begin
take
away.
breakfast down in the hall.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I'll go eat breakfast while he's off doing stuff.
Yep. All right.
I'll go see Brannanville.
So where you're going, Thorin?
See Brannanville in the castle ward.
Yep. Yeah, it's not too far away.
Mm.
Just really just the street up, right? Just like.
Mm. It's short feet.
Even shorter legs. All
I
right.
could almost roll out. Yep.
All right. So yeah, you head out to see Bronnenville. And meanwhile, Pius, you say you want to stay and kind of eat breakfast and kind of pack your stuff.
Yeah, and then I was gonna go ask Malin, if she wants to bring the writ so we can see about getting some mounts.
Oh, well, by all means, here's the writ. But I think Golda and I had business of our own, and as long as I'm handing you things, I'll take one of the potions of healing and I'll give it to him.
All right.
Much appreciated. I'll put that kind of in my bag and say, I'll meet back here, I guess, in an hour or so. Once you've finished your business, I'll see if I can round up all the mounts.
All right.
And then I will head out to see if I can get some horses.
I
Right.
need a pony. I think Thorin probably needs a pony too.
I probably want to hold his weight.
Poor pony.
Maybe get a proper horse and some child stirrups.
Step
What's
stool.
that dude in Skyrim that's his last name is like Horsebreaker, and you ask him why, and he's like, because I went to jump on a horse and I broke its back or something like that.
I think I remember that. Yeah.
All right. And Marlene, Golda.
I'm following you, Miss Halfling.
Yeah, I guess I'd head off to the antique shop.
All right. So all the way to the northward. Okay. So Thorin, you are the first one to get to your destination. You just straight go for Bronnenville.
Yes.
All right.
I mean, I'll
It's-
talk to some of the outside, but just courtesy, right? Nothing important.
Yeah.
I think
Right.
my web browser just crashed.
So yeah, you get to Bronnenville, and it's early, and dwarves are not necessarily like morning people, especially since morning is like a concept that is a little bit foreign to them anyway. But yeah, like he is already up and seems to be reading like reports or something. His beard is a little bit scraggly still, perhaps from the morning. Maybe he didn't have his tea yet or whatever. Or morning meat, I guess.
Beginning to think. He'd better shave if he did have his morning tea. Yeah, I'll just knock on the door. Brannanville.
Hey, Thorin,
It's Thorin.
what you doing here, mate?
I enter and close the door behind me. It's a long story. Took some magic portals. Arrived in here just yesterday night. How are you doing, you long beard?
I heard you arrived. Heard you came from the north, eh?
Nay, south. Should have come from the north, but magic took us south.
Well,
Then if you've ever returned, you probably heard the news.
he nods and just and kind of points at the Ritz or at the kind of parchment in front of him. He was just reading the reports. He's like, "Hey, just read it. What can you tell me?
Well, I haven't told already the rest of the council. Well, I know that we have traitors abound. There
Elf
was this
looks around.
human with us. He seemed like a decent folk, even helpless sometimes. I swear those fuckers tried to kill him. And then he goes and he betrays us, kills the wizard, gets the city open. Then the dragons and the freaking
The milk
flying
drinker that
castle
was
poured
with
in.
you last time.
Aye, the one with the beard.
Hardly.
For a human. I'll make sure I'll give him a shave with this if I get the chance.
You get your hammer out or whatever.
Yes.
Like a shave with the hammer.
Exactly.
Okay. I can respect that.
Well, and I'll like give him the details of the attack, what I remember. I mean, I don't know much about the magic, right? So that's broad terms. But I explained what I understood. That's basically the shield went down, and from then, basically, they had dragons, a flying castle, dragon-like creatures, or lizard-like pouring over the walls.
A flying castle?
Or
Are you
taking
shitting me?
I wish I was. I wasn't even on it with. I thought it was a mirage, just an illusion. But then the firebolts and lightning bolts began coming down. Aye, that would be a
Ages on
flying
top of it,
castle.
eh? Oh,
Aye.
fuck.
The Burrows be the place to be. Silvery Moon was fucked because it was on the surface. I haven't heard from Mithril, but flying castle
Yeah.
ain't pulling any shit there.
I am worried about Mithril Hall, mate. We just heard about Nesme three days ago. And then today, this morning, I read about Silvery Moon. Our brothers are right between them.
I'm worried sick, but I'm the thing of the freaking place. But there's the entire country at stake here. Well, need to go the problem at its root, I say.
Don't overestimate the worth of the humans to us. Wars dig their tunnels deep. Sure, it has its own dangerous... Not with the flying creatures. And flying freaking castles!
Fuck if I know. Those stupid lizard bastards that were flying around were annoying enough. Now they have a castle. Well, other than that, they managed to get us some hay. But it's gonna come at a cost. Well, you'll be surprised if you think flying castles are strange. But I'll need you to keep quiet about this.
He kind of sits up a little bit, interested and like unattention, I guess. Right?
I trust you, but apparently not all dragons are on the same field.
Sure, they're not. They fight each other as well as us.
Aye, and you just find a way to have some of them find each other at the Well of Dragons.
Apparently, that is the thing that worries Lady Silverhand the most. That they work together now. But what are you getting at, young man?
Well, you know our story. We have problems with dragons, and they have problems with us.
Of course,
They
I
had
heard
some
them.
demands.
My uncle killed one of them. Those nasty beasts. Or you think I sit here before you? Ron Enwell is a dragon slayer name, aye?
Yeah, I just not. I Let's just hope it wasn't a wrong dragon. One of them thinks
There are no wrong dragons,
one of
mate.
our own kill them.
There are no wrong dragons. Every dead dragon is a good dragon, and only dead dragons are good. They're all
But we should kill
conniving,
this one
devilish,
later.
smart, and not to be trusted. That's what I can tell you about dragons.
But we'll need these ones later.
Don't need no dragons.
Well, you didn't see them, so I can understand. But when they have their own dimension world, it's the best way to call it. But their own barrow out of thin air.
You don't make any sense there. Young Beard, tell me, what do you want?
I'll need to meet with the High King, Brenner himself.
Why is that?
They had a few demands. First, they wanted the
Who
remains
is
of one of
they?
the dragons.
The dragons have demands?
The ones that are opposed to fight each other.
Sure.
Help us.
Let them
I
fight
don't
each
like them
other.
any more than the other. But they won't assist us or help us in this fight unless we give them some assurances.
I won't help them as well. They're nasty creatures. Do you know what they stole from us? What treasures they stole from the dwarves through the ages, eh?
I just
Didn't
look
you
at him.
didn't you
Don't you
yourself
know me?
hate one of them, eh? Had a run-in
Aye.
with one of them.
Do you forget Rorik? You forget what they did to him? Do you forget how I wanted to kill him, but they wouldn't let me leave? I want them all dead. But
Well, then don't
I
come
want
here
the ones in the Well
playing
of
the
Dragons
diplomacy
dead
game,
more.
eh?
I have to.
Well, but that if you don't want to talk with me about it, but with the High King, eh? Why did you come here to me?
Because I was going to tell you. I still plan to, if you listen. Like I said, they want the remains of one of them. And more importantly, they want the dwarves to leave Felbar.
Of course they would.
Alright, that be what they want. I've arranged terms that we would have years, centuries to leave Felbar. But convincing, not gonna be easy, and I can tell that you don't like it.
I won't bow to any dragon. Kill them on
We're
sight.
not
That's
bowing
what you
to
should
them.
have done. You've sullied yourself. Speak with the dragon. They're devilish smart and not to be trusted. You should know it better than anyone.
Well, you should have seen these ones. They're not the usual dragon.
Well, I would have cowered in fear. Like you did, apparently.
You think this is fair?
Well, you're speaking about giving up Castle Felbar. Talking to
I'm
the
speak-
High King to make friends and amends? To dragons? You're crazy.
I'm-
But if you really want to talk to the king about it, let him tell you that you're crazy. Well, go right ahead. But don't expect me to help you in any of this bullshit.
You know what? If I was back then when you gave me this armor, I'd have agreed with you. But after everything I've seen on the journey, the cult ain't no joke. I think Sword Ghost, even our bearers won't hold when they control
Been
the surface.
fraternizing with us humans and these elves, eh? Forgot your own people along the way.
Never. The elves that you speak of, Tithe, and the humans fought bravely and died, saving Mule to Fire Emerald. They ain't as bad as you think. Not all of them, anyway.
They die for their own crimes. That's what they do. Those are not dwarven problems.
The dragons will make it ours. Can I share you that?
Ah,
Well, either way, it was great to see you.
I'm worried about you, Thorin. Worried sick. You're losing your sight. And he kind of pulls out another note from the piles of parchment and kind of slaps it in front of you. Got this letter this morning. It's from the open Lord of Waterdeep, eh?
I look at it. What does it say?
It's basically, I mean, you don't know if it is exactly from him, or but at least it's written in his name, right? And in it, Lord Neverember asks Braun Anvil to allow you to join the Winter Deviant army and become one of the generals of it.
Fascinating.
Fraternizing, I tell ye. Course.
I swore an oath to defeat the enemies outside of the barrows before what happened. When many arrows came, happens again. I'll kill the problem at the root. I don't expect to be loved for it. I just expect that I succeed. That is all. That's all a dwarf should ask for.
You're wrong. You're young and blinded by these shining smiles of the humans.
I
And
just,
glinting chins.
Pop open my right eye and say, almost. But the other one still says.
Yes. Right. Get bitten by
Giving
the
on the
spider,
surface has
right?
given
Into
me
the
a
eye.
different perspective. Yeah, the snake, UNT. It was like 60 poison damage or something.
Yeah, in the face. In the eye.
Yes. Being on the surface has given me second vision on things.
You're losing your dark side, that's all I'm gonna say on this. Go. I'll tell Lord Neverember that he can have ye. You've been loving them, loving the humans. It's like this old fool.
Nay, I've been warning the old pacts. There's one thing I learned from this journey is that I'd rather stand together than die alone. Well, good luck. I see you're busy.
Just kind of snorts at that comment.
As I open the door and almost leave, I stop myself and just turn around. We're both fighting for the same side. We're both trying to help dwarves. We just have different views. And I leave and close the door.
Okay. So you leave before you can answer. Good.
I mean, if he answers, but I just expect him to glare
Sure.
or give another snarky comment.
Nothing more. That's it.
And I'll leave. Well, that went about as well as I expected.
Didn't really speak much about the dragon remains, huh?
Nope, he didn't want to talk about that. I'm not sure if it was the same dragon, but I was not going to convince him, so this is not the dwarf I need to speak to.
Apparently not. All right. So, yeah. Your former friend, or maybe still friend, who knows.
Hey, but I've just found out I'm going to be a general.
Possibly.
That'd be cool. Was one once.
Well, lieutenant, but yeah.
More like a captain, but yeah. Captain, lieutenant, whatever.
All right. Meanwhile,
Exactly.
Corey, you there?
I'm here.
All right. So what does Kaios want for mounts? Just mounts? Because we spoke about it in the last session as well a little bit, right? So that's fine.
Yeah, just I guess we need 5 mounts.
All right.
Oh.
If it's horses, you'll have them.
Yeah.
Anything specific you want about
Golda wanted a pony, so I'll get a pony
them?
for her.
All right.
No, there's just regular mounts is fine, I think.
Okay.
And I show them the writ.
Yeah, I assumed. And you want to bring them back to the Yawning Portal? Or wait. I mean, horses inside the city.
Yeah,
Crowded, right? So
me and my wife will wait at the stables.
stables. All right. So you just send a message to the Yawning Portal.
Yeah.
All right.
Horses are ready. Meet you outside.
Good. Want to do anything else?
I'll just make sure that they're all saddled up and everything's ready for when they get here.
Yeah, no problem. Okay. All right. And then our true femme fatale. Marlene,
Missing the Fatal.
Mm-hmm.
Hilda.
Yep.
Here goes nothing.
Okay,
Alright,
so I guess we're just going.
So you two kind of head over to the old shop and kind of go down. Any place you want to visit first?
Guess,
business to get to.
Yeah, we'll start with the wizard fella because that's the prime business. But I guess I'd like to see if Scylla Estriel is still there. She may have recovered and moved on by this point, but who knows? She was pretty beat up. And definitely check with and just to
With
let
who?
him know that I'm still alive. Leeson?
Yes, yeah. Hey, you lagged a little bit. That's why I didn't understand myself.
Okay. Yeah, and let him know that I'm still alive.
Yep. All right. So the mage first.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, when you come, you even outside of his door, of his office, laboratory, whatever you want to call it, you already smell the kind of mixture of different alchemic ingredients, kind of mixing like acidic to sweet, kind of all together, right?
Interesting. I'm not sure I've met him before,
Probably
so-
making either love potions or libido potions.
Potions
I
of
suppose
growing.
they have their uses. Anyway, let's try and
Imagine
make
he's
this
the
quick.
impotence doctor that's his moonlighting job. But anyway, yeah, let's Golden would just go in and
No, it's you. Oh, you brought a friend. Hello.
Hello. I'll just kind of push Golda forward a little bit, like this is your place.
so
It's your problem.
So we have a bit of a. Well, we're trying to find someone who was partly responsible for the fall of Silvery Moon, and we have some
Good
items
luck.
of his.
Good luck.
Well, we were hoping you could scry. I know you're able to peek into the local whorehouses. I mean, you have to be able.
What?
I mean, that's what I've heard.
I wouldn't do anything such unsavory things.
Well, can you scry or not?
Maybe.
What do you need? What makes the maybe a yes?
Convincing. Who are you searching? I don't want to be in any trouble. Is this operation sanctioned?
If it's in defense of him murdering one of the professors of the college at Silvery Moon and contributing to the downfall of the city, I'd
What
say
I'm asking
yes.
you is if you have any orders.
I could probably get orders. I mean, we definitely have
This is no supermarket, young lady.
Lady Silverhand behind us.
Silverhand, Schmilverhand. Who do I
A little
care
off.
about a noble?
A little offside, she said specifically to not pursue this. If you
She
remember.
doesn't want us hunting down cords.
Yes.
Good
but
thing
she
Thor's
said
around
specific-
here.
Just in case you were
Silverhand,
forgetting.
Schmilverhand.
You can lie.
If she's so, if of course you can. If she's so behind you, well, ask her. I've heard she's a magic in her own right. I mean, that's why she's there, right?
She's in mourning first, and I can't fuck her with silly things like this.
Yes. And I'm just here, bored, nothing to do. Might as well harass old Deckard, eh? No, I was asking you if you have any official orders of the Harpers.
I can talk to Leosin and get them if you want.
Otherwise,
Or I can.
convince me.
Well, what would convince you? He killed the headmasters of Silvery Moon.
Didn't know
He
him.
betrayed the party. He shifted the balance of power to the dragon cultists. An entire city fell. He helped sacrifice the city to raise Tiamat. Their souls of that entire city are now in one of the circles of hell, as far as I understand.
I think if we want to make this personal to the Harpers, he knows this location, does he not?
Any Harper agents in there that weren't me are probably dead. And in hell.
Or at least known by the Cult of the Dragon.
Being tormented. Because of you! I'll give you a persuasion roll.
Persuasion roll.
Yeah.
I'm not very persuasive, so this isn't going to work very well. Let's see, where's persuasion? Wisdom. Or no, charisma.
Charisma?
Advantage since I'm helping her?
How?
I added
Shoving her
She
forward.
flashes him!
Shoving her forward. No, he doesn't seem very convinced. Listen there, Missy. I helped you last time without orders. And listen, you know, he watches every penny that I spent. Twice, I tell you. Now, official orders are none at all.
Alright, I'll talk to
What are you
Leosin then.
working on that has you so busy otherwise?
Projects,
Oh, really? What are you working on?
things of great importance.
Do I recognize anything that he's working on, or am I too embarrassed to say it
Bring
out
it.
loud?
Are you proficient in alchemy?
I believe so. Yes, I am.
All right, give me a check, please.
Okay, so intelligence again, I assume.
Yes.
Oh, computer, don't lag on me now.
Nothing specifically. You kind of realize there's a few different things going on at the same time, right? Like potions brewing and kind of waiting for the extracts to kind of form. A few of them seem to, he seems to be producing some sort of very flammable material.
Okay.
That's the one
All
thing
right.
that you can just from the smell. I mean, you don't have really, it's hard to just identify things from just their color and their smell, especially if there's more things than one going on, right?
Well, I'll speak up and say, well, whatever you're working on seems to be at least flammable and pretty dangerous. Are you sure maybe perhaps I could give you a hand with your projects at least quickly, and you could help us with this scrying?
Kind of takes a look around. This takes time. That's the main problem.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, if you've time
Orders.
to kill.
Speak to Leosin. While she speaks to Leosin, sure you can help me. If you know your craft.
I'll show him one of the potions of healing I made this morning.
Yeah, that's
Eat
not
child's
alchemy
play for him.
necessarily, right?
kinda. In a
Probably.
sense, but
I mean, you didn't want to produce anything spectacularly like complicated, right? So
true. I mean, I have some skill. I'll tell him. Consider it part of a trade, if you will.
trade.
I'll be happy to help you if you would be happy to help us.
Scrying is a lot of
I
work.
understand.
What else can I help you with?
Well, really, the scrying would be the most important thing. Golda, was there anything else that we needed at the moment?
Not really. I mean, if you don't mind sticking with him, I'll go talk to Liz and see if I can get this cleared up.
Yeah, stick with him.
Yeah, have fun.
If she's comfortable leaving me with him, I won't question it.
Just don't drink anything. You'll be fine.
Got it.
Just don't leave your drinks unattended. Is that it?
Exactly.
Okay. Sure. So you go to see Leeson. I'm gonna go come back to you, Malin. No worries.
Oh, everything will be fine. I can't be poisoned, remember? So, all
No
good.
chloroform. All right. So, Golda, you go to see Leeson.
Sure.
Yeah, when you see him, he seems old and tired, like big saggy rings under his eyes, his hair unkempt, and he just is writing a letter at this point when you kind of enter, when you knock, and he kind of bids you in.
She kind of pauses for a moment because he looks like he really can't take what she's about to tell him, but she's not sure how much he might have heard already since they do have some magical communications. But
so when you come in, so kind of he looks up. Ah, Golda. Good to see you. I heard you arrived yesterday. Yes.
only because of good luck, I guess. Split second
Well,
timing.
This isn't the first time you arrived here out of luck. I
No,
remember another venture to north, not too far, not too long ago.
I wish it would stop happening this this way. It's,
Maybe it's not luck, eh?
uh, anyway,
So
have you
what?
heard about Silver Moon?
Yes. What can you tell me?
Where can I start? From what we understand, the entire city, everyone inside that was killed is in some sort of hell.
Is dead.
Well,
Exactly, that's what I was thinking.
It has been used as some sort of sacrifice for something that they're trying to attempt. They're trying to, from what I gather, they're trying to lure Tiamat back to this plane. I don't know too much about.
I'm no mage myself. I'm not too versed in these kinds of things. Maybe Deckard knows more.
Well, the thing is, we're trying to track down one of the people responsible for this. He was a party member of ours, and we trusted him a little too much before we got to know him. He sabotaged the mages trying to cast a protective spell on the city.
Yeah, it would have been my next question. As far as I am concerned, Silver Moon is not siegeable. Okay.
He totally screwed things up. They were doing some kind of spell, and he came in and just looked like he was trying to help, and then stabbed one of them with a knife and broke their concentration. Shit went to hell. Quite literally.
Well,
We want to track this guy down, but we know where he is. And we're hoping.
What do you hope to gain out of it?
answers why he said he was trying to protect his family, but whole city, he has to answer for that.
I agree, and he will, but one of the great cities has fallen, if what you tell me is true, and why would you lie about this, huh? Don't you think we have other problems if the cultists are so bold?
Well, and
Don't
it
you-
concerns me that Lord Neverember seems to just want to fling armies at it without realizing what he's marching into. They're not just. This isn't going to be solved with a sword at this point.
How do you come to this conclusion?
Just seeing what they had at hand, how organized they were, how they obviously have people inside of these walls. They know what the strengths and weaknesses of the city are, and they'll undermine it like they did Silvery Moon, and it'll fall before we can even react.
So how is gonna find a traitor of a city already fallen gonna help you in defending Waterdeep then? And solve this problem that isn't solvable with a sword?
I don't know. Maybe it's just for my own peace of mind. I honestly don't know, but
So what do you think should be done about them if the sword army, in your opinion, doesn't help? What should we do next then?
we need
We are
counterintelligence.
we are
We need
not
to
the Lord's Alliance.
no,
We
but
don't have an army.
we need counterintelligence. We need to know what's going. The things that
Well,
happened to Silvery Moon were just.
if he kind of grabs a few papers, see this correctly, the last thing we sent you on was to meet with people in Silvery Moon. And before that, it was to find out the whereabouts of a leader of the cult, and if possible, well, end his life and find out as much of information about him as possible. Right? Those were the two
None
last.
of these things have really worked. You're right. We met with the cultist, and she didn't have any information. We killed the one. Well, we didn't kill him. He was killed for us. Didn't get to him in time. But so you're probably right. Finding this fellow won't really do us any good.
So what would you know more about them than many other helpers? What would you do next to solve these issues?
Like I said, we need counterintelligence. We need to know. We need to infiltrate, but I fear I'm too well known at this point by them to.
The last time we tried to infiltrate was with a few operatives of the Lord's Alliance. You know what happened to your friend.
She nods. And then she's like, we even met with dragons, literal dragons, and they just had demands that we don't even think we can fulfill for their help. So it kind of
What
seems
were their demands?
returning tracts of land that the dwarves occupy. The dwarves apparently have an artifact made from the scales of one of their nieces that they want returned. Half of the things looted to try and summon this Tiamat creature. This just seems.
You know who Tiamat is, right?
I know she's bad news. I just don't.
Very
I'm
bad news.
not well versed in. From my opinion, and my character would know she's bad news, but not like the full details, like the
Right.
mother dragon evil, bad, 5 heads.
Talisi? Yeah.
Yeah.
He kind of nods and says, well, Tiamat is a god. The personification of everything that is wrong and evil with the dragons. Greed incarnate. And the dragon goddess. She lords over all the dragons. Maybe not all, apparently, but it is true what you say. If they want to summon her into Faerun, then we must stop that. Now, you say an army is not going to help us. I think it will. I think it is the only way we can dare to attack them. But I also agree with you in the sense that we need more information. We need specialists like yourself, like your friend, like your other friends, perhaps not the traitorous ones, to find out more information, to gather as much information as you can about what their plans are, about what their positions are, but what their goals are. You brought here today a lot of information, if what you say is true. If they need souls, this explains a whole lot of things. If they need money, if they want to, it now makes more sense why they need money. It is not just from mercenaries that are under their command. If they want to get the queen bitch into Faerun, they need a horde to satisfy her needs.
It does explain like all the missing farmers and farmsteads, but how far are they going to go? They're going to come for Waterdeep at some point. If
Yes, but the main difference between what happened to Silvery Moon and what happens to what perhaps is dawning on Waterdeep is they were not prepared. With information, maybe we can prepare, can see what is coming, we can prepare, can see countermeasures of what they want to do, and then use this army in a way that is efficient and effective.
But do you really think Lord Ember will listen?
He is no fool. If we give him information that shows that Waterdeep, Neverwinter, Baldur's Gate is in peril, he needs
Seems
to
to
defend
want to
them.
march on the dragons, though. I think he needs to stay put. And
Why is that? You say the army or one of the armies of them is in the far north. It will take them some time to get here, right?
they
But
seem to
even-
be able to move fairly quickly. We saw them outside of Firehammer Hold, and they were completely gone by the next, within a few days. Like there was no trace of where they went. So
How long ago was this?
God, what is that? Like a month or two ago at this point?
2.5. Like this was before you went to Waterdeep, before you went to Silvery Moon after that, right? So this is like you going to Firehammer Hold, then from Firehammer Hold you went to Waterdeep, and from Waterdeep then you went to Silvery Moon.
Yeah, I know it took us like a month to get to Silvery Moon, so it's
In
hard for me
1.5
to.
months, yeah.
So yeah, it
Like 2.5
about
months ago.
two and a half months ago. They had raided a town. I forget the name of it, but near
Yes,
no, but the one that was near Firehammer Hold.
I see. Yeah.
That one, we saw the army, and some of their force actually came after us, and then we spent like 2-3 days in Firehammer Hold, and after that they were completely gone. There was no trace. We couldn't even find. It was like into the air and whisked away. They have other ways of swiftly traveling.
Well, you just told me that they have a flying castle.
Yeah, Yeah, that's true. So how does one defend from the air with men on the ground? With swords? Like I said, this is. And I'm not sure. Never Ember believed us about the flying castle. Did we even tell him about? We told him about the flying castle, didn't we?
Nope. That's the
Oh
one thing
no,
you
we
left
need to tell
out.
him about the flying castle. We told about the flying castle.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Oh
And she
no,
says, like,
that's bad. How do we make this get to his ears in a believable fashion? I mean, pretty much everybody was told about this flying castle. Like, what were you smoking?
Just send him like a letter that says like, by the way, flying castle.
just with a picture
Right.
attached,
Yeah.
hand-drawn picture attached, like with laser beams coming out of it.
I can't remember the name of the Harper head that's in the council, but can we get her to relay the flying castle information?
Your boss, you mean? You don't know
Yeah,
the
my
name of your
boss that I can't remember the name of.
boss? All these information are available in your
Haven Tree, by
journal.
the way.
I know they are. It's just
It's Haven Tree, by the way.
okay. Hey, there's Waterdeep. Yeah, Ramalia. Can we get Ramalia to relay this? He's more likely to believe her than some. I mean, I walk in there all dirty and like bloody from crashing around Silvery Moon and tell him there's a flying castle. You think he's gonna believe me? He's gonna think I got hit in the head too many times.
Well, I will relay the information to Miss Haventree and see what the lady decides to do with it. But in the meantime, how do we solve the other issues?
What, the need for information? I guess I hit the road again, but I know my next goal is, well, one of our companions is concerned with the people who lived in the forest, and I don't exactly know how much information I can get from there, but
All information will help us to puzzle this picture together.
she just kind of sighed. I guess she gave a fairly detailed account of how she saw the attack, like that they came up under the ground to get through the shield, all that. She would leave him with all that information
Yeah.
because to her, usually the foes that they faced in the past are raw, run against the walls, seats the walls, these are
Crazy
a lot
mages. Yeah.
Yeah, these are a lot smarter and more organized than anything she's
It's a
encountered
group,
before.
right? It's a big group. Powerful
Yeah.
group at this point. He would say, well, your standing orders then are to gather more information about what their plans are, what their numbers are, and where the other groups of these people are. It seems that, from what I've gathered, this cult of the dragon is split in the different aspects, mimicking Tiamat. Red, black, green, blue, white, and just 2 white dragons attacked.
Well, there was cold-related storm, like they had brought in a storm to cover their attack to some degree, so
Well,
it makes sense. That might have been the white cadre.
so what we need to do is the power, the number, and the goals of the other formations.
We have been asked to find the big bads of each of the aspect colored, the chromatics, but I don't. If they're working for this group, they may have some information, but that's talking to a dragon that
Wants to eat you?
yeah. Gonna have to do the invisibility talking to the dragon. Hmm.
Whatever you decide, wherever you decide to go, these are the things that I am most concerned with. Numbers, positions, goals. And if along the way you can handle a smaller group, maybe one or two of these important figures, the better it is. You already succeeded with the bottom, the white.
I guess the masks. He wouldn't know anything about the masks, but the maid.
To bring him up,
guy
the masks?
might. Yeah, I'd bring up the masks, and that apparently there's one for each color, as far as I know, and the dragons want them. The dragons that want. That's another one of the like that they want these masks.
Holy shit, I didn't understand what you said. Can you repeat that?
Sorry, am I breaking up?
Yeah.
Sorry. The metallics want these masks that the cultists apparently have. As far as I know, I guess there's one for each of the colors.
As you know, yes. I mean, it is safe to assume it was already spoken about the masks, and
yeah.
I mean,
it
kind of is. I mean, you don't really know, but I mean, it's safe to assume, right?
So we do have reason to engage them if we come across them,
Right.
but
well, so we certainly need to gather more information about these artifacts. You mentioned, while you are gone, I intend to gather more information to see if we can find out more. Anything else?
I guess you would ask if Silinestrial is still around.
He would nod and say, yes, that is something that I would have brought up if you finished your report. The Lestra is still here, but she is about to leave. She leaves tomorrow or today. I am not quite sure. That she has important business to attend. I was very adamant about it.
Okay. Then I guess that's pretty much the end of my report. I can't anything else off the top of my head that would be of interest to him. I mean, other than like, I guess Everland, the one city that we started at left the Lord's Alliance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I mean that
You'd probably know that.
Yeah,
because there's a harbor
exactly
tower there, so that's not.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I guess that would be the entirety of my report to him.
All right. He nods and says, "Well, keep us informed."
All right.
And I wish you the best of luck.
I will try not to get eaten by a dragon. So far, so good. All right, and then I guess she would take leave.
All right. So, Marlene.
Yes.
You help Deckard in a few things. Most of the stuff he lets you do is really just the mundane kind of, give me 3 parts of this, 2 parts of this, kind of heat this up to boiling, kind of prepare these ingredients kind of things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not really doing the explosive handling of things.
That's fine.
You are proficient in alchemy, right? That's what you said?
Yes.
So please
Without these tools.
So please give me alchemy check then. Right. Lewis, I think that's not whispers, right? I don't know if everybody can see those.
I can see
the
all
ones
of his
above?
rolls.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm working on it.
All right.
In the meantime.
Yeah. So you kind of help him and prepare, and you do a really good job, really. And he kind of nods, and it helps him. It doesn't necessarily help him that he can do it at all, but certainly helps in this kind of time frame he can.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, genau. Exactly. And it when Emmy kind of returns to kind of I guess, not present any orders. He would offer you like a few potions of your choosing, depending on what the worth is and stuff, that are within his inventory, I guess. So you can take a look, maybe what you want, what you would like, and get a little bit of an idea what you want. Think might be useful.
What kind of things does he have?
Potions. So take your time.
Okay.
Maybe he doesn't necessarily have everything available, but certainly a few things. And so this is stuff that is not just like a healing potion, right? This is alchemy, not herbalism.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So Emmy, do you want to get Marlene before you go to Selanestriel, or go visit her first?
Either way is fine. To her.
All right, then let's just assume that you get her first, and then kind of bring her along, kind of end her suffering, so to speak.
Mm.
Right.
When she would apologize to her as they walked and say he wouldn't think that the agent was going to forward the cause at all. If we come across him, maybe after this is all over, we can hunt him down.
All right. Well, let's hope he doesn't run around with any information that we don't want him to have in the meantime.
I mean, trust me, I feel the same way you do. I want to punish him for what he's done, but he's right in a way. You know, it would just draw us away from the true mission. What needs to be done?
That's fair, I suppose. Deckard was kind enough to make me an offer of a couple of potions from the stores. I have a couple of ideas, but I'm not sure if there's anything in particular you would want.
Knowing our party, it seals up massive gaping wounds.
How
Potion
about
of not the fuck dying.
I mean, I mainly am familiar with healing potions. I mean, I know there's water breathing, and
I'm looking at invisibility and speed right now in like the list of potential potions that I pulled up. So
I mean, invisibility might be useful for our clunkier companions.
Doesn't necessarily help with clunkiness.
No,
right?
but helps slightly.
Otherwise, speed basically gives the haste, the ability to haste. That might be a good one, especially for Thorin.
Yeah, if he's willing to part with a few of those, I wouldn't.
Yeah, or any resistance potions.
Yeah, trying to think like how useful absorb elements would be against a dragon.
Well, at this point, let's see if he has any potions of speed, maybe invisibility or.
Yo,
yeah.
Doc.
For sure.
Yo, Doc, you got any speed, man?
I have a feeling that he might have like
Does
invisibility because he'd like to sneak into places, sneak into locker rooms and stuff. Yet, but maybe speed, but
to run away quickly when he's caught.
Yeah, or like speed as a virility thing. I don't know.
Anyway.
Resistance, it might be more like a resist disease.
Well, good. That does me at this point.
But yeah,
I think speed for sure. We need to get, if he has anything like, I don't know, acid resistance would be nice for me, but a little late for that.
Do you have any speed and acid? That's what we want.
I mean, you're feel free to ask, but I'm not really sure what he when there. I'm not an alchemist. I just know he occasionally makes loud booming noises and gets yelled at for it.
All right. I'll ask him if he has any potions of haste in his stores, or maybe some other combat useful ones that are not healing.
He has bath salts. He has certainly a few bigger healing potions. That's stuff that he has. He has potions of invisibility. The trick of them is that they are actually greater invisibility, not small invisibility, right?
Oh, okay.
He has a potion of flying, no potion of haste though, and he has resist elements. However, they are specific to one element each, right? He also has potion of heroism, and he has yeah.
Okay.
And more esoteric stuff, right? Stuff that isn't necessarily combat related as much.
Potion
And he
of
has like
fire and strength.
alchemy's fire, like especially the stuff that you actually brewed is actually extremely like potent alchemic fire, right? He has different poisons.
Okay. Well, the
Love potion.
poisons. The poisons will come in handy.
He has potion. He has two potions. One which makes you grow. One which shrinks you down to basically like Mainzelmädchengröße, like
Yep.
Lilliputana. I don't know how this Lilliput. Like who was this? Is it Oscar in English? I don't know.
It's
like
Thumbelina.
Thumbelina.
Thumbelina size.
Yeah, like this, right?
Nah.
Make
I
you-
follow your German. So, how many is he letting me take?
Two.
Two. Okay.
Depending on which one you if like any two, or if like it's healing potions, maybe it's a little bit more.
Okay. Well, if he would let me take maybe a couple of poisons and the potion of, I think, heroism sounds good.
So you get a potion of heroism, and you get 3 vials of poison, which each lets you apply basically twice. I'll give you a little bit more details later on. Just
Okay, sounds good. But
the poisons are not all the same, right?
yeah, sounds good. And I'll thank him for his time and go with Golda at that point. A little disappointed that we weren't able to do the scrying.
All right.
So, what was the reasoning, Golda, behind not being able to, get orders to find him?
Leeson doesn't think that it would be beneficial.
Well, that's
I don't.
2 avenues that have shut us down on that.
I see where he's coming from. I mean, we could squeeze information out of him, but for all we know, he doesn't know anything. He just turned tail at the last moment to save his family.
Well,
I do agree that he needs to pay for what he's done, but that's something we have to take care of once we secure, the future of the region.
my worry is that letting him go now is going to have repercussions in the future. But what do I know?
I don't think he was a big player. I think he was just another
If
pawn.
he's connected to the bigger players, though, who knows? There was.
It's hard to say.
Underneath our noses, Golda. Golda, he got past us. I mean, you and I, our job is collecting information, as is his, and we didn't even see it.
I mean, my granny did warn me about him, but I should have listened to her.
Well, if elder halflings have any of the wisdom that elder elves have, why the hell didn't we listen to her in the first place? Anyway,
Pride, I guess.
I'm familiar with pride. It's too late to do anything about it now, though.
They always thought they knew it was best for me, but I never agreed with them, so it's
I never listened.
always been the rebellious, when they
Well-
married me off instead of letting me into the...
Raise a brow to that. I didn't realize you were married.
Yeah, it's a long story. I had problems when I was younger. If you could,
Don't we all?
well, I was born wrong to some degree, and my hands were really, like, basically cerebral palsy. And they thought my family was, like, sort of part of a thieves guild type unit, like, and they didn't think that my disability was in any way, so they married me off to another branch of our kin that was more of a mercantile, and kind of never really fit in. So
I see. Well, obviously you fell into the rogue path anyway.
yeah, I found a way.
Well, I suppose on that note we'll find a way to track down Cords one way or another. And
We
we'll...
will if we can't scry him here, we'll find some other way of tracking him. I do agree that he needs to. His actions caused an entire city full of people to go to hell.
There are...
You like it, huh? You really like it. You mentioned this like.
Well, I mean, how else do you say it? They condemned to a horrible fate. They're dragon food. They died horribly here, and now they're suffering eternally. So pisses me off
Joys
as
of
much as.
D&D.
Isn't it great?
Right.
Mhm.
Well, there are other
I mean,
people I'd
the
like
whole
to
of my
find
family
over,
have
but-
freaking devil cultists in there.
Mm-hmm.
And some of them were murdered and were like doppelgangers acting in them, except they were not doppelgangers, they were worse.
Well, there are other people that I'd like to find. Obviously, Cords is close to the top of the list, but
My one
Yes.
true love. Okay, just. Okay.
I don't think we go anywhere close to that. But okay.
I mean, I do understand the need for vengeance, but I kind of agree that it's not the time. There's bigger things going on. We need to worry about the cities that still remain so that they don't, and I don't think Cords, like I said, I think his was a spur of the moment thing.
He had Golda. I'm not sure if you saw it, but he had a sort of mark of a dragon that I saw when I was healing him up once, and
So
that,
do you think he was just a cultist all along? And
as long as we've known him, yes, I do.
Mhm.
I'm worried about how much information he knows.
Well, he
And-
definitely. I mean, if he's passed on our identities, we definitely aren't infiltrating anyone. That's for sure.
No, we're not. Anyway, is there any other business, any other people that you want to see?
Yeah, I wanted to stop in and check in on Sylvestriel. She was one of the ones that was at the Well of the Dragons.
I'm
what
not
did-
familiar with her, but sounds like she...
You might like her. She's one of your people.
Oh,
Maybe
really?
not exactly one of your people, but she kind of does the, like, puts her fingers to her ears like pointy ear people. Totally racist.
You have pointy ears too, halfling.
Yeah, but
Just
not
gonna
quite
point
as
that
pointy.
out. All right. Well, lead the way then. Hold on.
Yeah, she would. I guess she'd be in like the barracks section or wherever the agents that are
she's-
here to rest.
Yep. I don't have the, for some reason, just have this picture. All right. So you're going to meet Silanestria, and yeah, you see that she is in the. She's packing her things basically. She's gonna leave really soon, and when you get to her, give me a second. When you see her, basically first you see just her bag, her long cloak, as she's kind of bowing down and kind of packing her stuff, and she kind of starts to move normally again. And when she kind of stands up, as you kind of make yourself known, right? Stealthy as you are, you two, kind of stepping along all the time.
Auto stealth.
Auto
It's
stealth.
just a normal
With
route
best
way
without
of
trace,
moving
because
at
why
this
not?
point.
At least it's not stealth otter or anything.
I assume not.
We could sneak up on her.
You wanna
Scare the crap
try?
out of her. No. I don't know. What's her passive perception? She'd probably be no.
Okay, she's actually one of the characters I have statted out, so.
Hold on. Let's see. Can I get like a 30? I'm waiting for it now. Definitely not.
Passive perception is 22.
Yeah, definitely not.
That's not even balanced. What?
No, sorry, 23.
She's got those elf eyes. She sees those things with her elf
That's
eyes.
like expertise with Jesus.
I have
Sprinkled.
gold.
I mean,
What,
literally
guys?
Jesus.
So yeah, you kind of try to stealth up against her, and she kind of like 10 meters, 50 feet before you get to her. She kind of just like stands up and turns around, not necessarily like in battle ready position, but just like he just like turns around. Yeah, she's proficient in it. What's your problem, Thorin? She turns around, and as she kind of sees you, well, first she would probably see Marlene and kind of maybe cock her head a little bit and then kind of look down and see her. And what you also see is like the last time you saw her, she was very wounded, right? Like she was looking terrible. Like half of her back and torso and parts of her face and throat were kind of acided away, similarly to how, well, Marlene looks right now.
Yeah.
Just she took the brunt
I'm
of it
well on
against the
my way
back.
to becoming Silanestial, aren't I?
Well, you have a dragon under your belt. I think Silanestria has like 3,
Yeah.
2, 3.
3.
I'm getting
Uh,
there.
Let me see. I actually wrote it down. Slaying dragon following.
She killed a
Got
green
2
one.
according to that.
Yeah.
And a white. If I read the bio right.
So yeah, she kind of turns around, but when she kind of turns around, you see her now healed, completely healed, looking as she looked before. And she kind of, her eyes kind of widen in excitement, and as she sees you, and she kind of hops towards you, goes down onto her knees, and kind of just embraces you, and holds you and says like, "Golda, you there, little sparrow? Where have you been? I was so worried about you when I learned what happened to Silvery Moon. What happened to you? Did you succeed?"
I don't know if losing a city is succeeding, but we did manage to take down one of their dragons that they had with them.
And you're alive. That's succeeding enough for me.
We did lose 8 apprentices.
I think it was 10.
It was every time we talk about it, it goes up by 2.
The entire college, everyone was with us. They all died.
1,000 apprentices.
A million!
I mean, I'd like to say I'd like to say I have a dragon under my belt, but not really. A lot of people helped. A lot of people died.
She's still like sitting basically on her knees, so she's about the same height as you are, right? I mean, you're still a little bit shorter than her if she's on her knees, and she kind of still like has you on your shoulders and says, "I was afraid I would never see you again."
I was a bit worried I wasn't going to make it through that. I mean, there's definitely dark times ahead for us if we don't do something about this quickly, but put that aside, you're looking amazing.
Thank you.
You were pretty messed up last time I saw you.
Yeah, well, I wasn't as successful as you. Last time I ran into a dragon.
More than one after you. What was it? A red one? Green one? I
Black.
think it was a red one. Black.
Pretty big one too.
But Leeson says you're heading out.
Yes. And she kind of looks at Marlene as she says this. I need to get home. I need to see what's happening.
Where's
I was
home?
called the court.
I'll say hello to them for me.
You are
Molly Blackleaf.
Blackleaf. We have some interesting friends, Golda.
I keep picking them up on the road. Unfortunately, they haven't all been true allies, but I guess for a brief rundown of everything that she ran into, because this may be things she wants to take with her to the court if she's going there. Flying Castle, the dragons.
The court. I see. Yeah. I was like,
sorry
court?
if I'm lagging.
No. I was just like for a split second. I was with law, court of law, right? I was like,
no. If she's heading back to somewhere where there's bigwigs,
I get it.
She may want to let them know what went down in Silvery Moon and
absolutely.
Not, like basically passing on. They do not underestimate these cultists at this point.
Absolutely. I mean, she nearly got killed, so.
Yeah, and I guess the whole Metallics and what they had to say as well.
Mm-hmm.
And Golda just says, do you think there's any chance that we could get this alliance of races that these dragons expect us to?
From what you tell me, wolves are the people who will need to pay the most. You know, I don't see not much that the elves will or can do.
Except fight. But frankly, the only ones who will... If everyone is as traditional as Melindrock, then you're not going to have many people wanting to leave the forest for other races.
No, I was called back because the elves are leaving. You don't know this?
Where are they going?
The High Forest.
All of them.
All of them at the Sword Curse, at least. Melindrock ordered us to, well, there.
Regroup.
Yes.
I'm going to stop in the Misty Forest first, but then I'm sure I'll be seeing
I'm sure you have
soon.
your orders.
I've had my orders for a long time, and I'm glad you're going there and passing on this message. I'm not sure they'd be too happy to see me at this moment.
This is between you and your superiors.
Indeed.
But I don't misunderstand what I'm doing. I go there not to speak to them. I'm not part of the court. Just heading that direction.
I understand, but I know that my clout there is significant, so if you could even get them to bend their ear slightly, it would be a great favor to us.
Sure. if she is a Blackleaf, well, sooner or later you will need to return.
That's true.
We've been trying, but I know she's been trying for the last 2-3 months to get back there, and ever since we met her, for the most part, it's just that fate hasn't allowed it.
I kind of look away a little bit, just kind of like almost ashamed that I got caught up and didn't do my job, but not regretful.
Well,
I guess Galdo would pat Marlena on the back of the leg because it's about as high as she can.
on the ass. You
This
can
is
get to
not
the
my
ass.
No, she wouldn't go that far. But she'd just be like, "Look, I'll stand beside you, even though I know my word won't have much. But I'll let them know that what you were doing was, even though they look down upon us,
Well,
short-lived
you're
races,
halfling.
they won't, definitely look down upon me. Whether or not,
More than me, then you know.
being one of those races is kind of sort of fits in everywhere. Golda understands to some degree that we all need each other, regardless of how we feel about each other. It seems the way halflings look, they like everybody, they understand everybody to some degree. So
Well, they deal with everybody too, right?
yeah, they're kind of the not go-between, but they just treat everybody like they're part of the family to some degree. They're stealing money from refugees trying to
Everybody.
get out of Forescare Bridge. Yeah. So, yeah.
She kind of looks at Marlene as she kind of said, like you stand behind her or beside her, or whatever. Just snickers a little bit as you say, like, they look upon you, down upon you, right? And Marlene, I guess this is a little bit like strange for you because she's sitting there on her knees and next to your small little buddy friend, and you're just standing there like.
Yeah. I'm looking way down to talk to everybody.
Yeah, there are many people that would, get down to talk to a halfling. They're definitely a bit of a friendship between us that's more than just casual. Like, she trained me for backstory. She trained me to some degree as a harper. So.
I see.
So
Still industrial in the high forest. If we go through there and we were to say be looking for you for any reason, where might we find you?
with the others, and you visit me, you come along. This is to you, Gola, right?
Of course, if I manage to live that long, I'll definitely come and visit you. It's been a bit hairy the last.
I will make sure you live that long.
I'll hold you to that.
I guess it all depends on what we find in the Misty Forest. I have a feeling it's not going to be pleasant.
Please, I'm going to hold on to hope that my parents made it out of there. So if we could talk as if the Misty Forest is still there waiting for me, that would be wonderful and appreciated.
I'm sure the forest is there, but like I said, we told you, they look like they were fleeing. I definitely hope that your family is all right, but
Well, wouldn't be the first time people have gone missing in my life. Silnestro, now that I'm thinking of it, does the name Alondriel mean anything to you?
Yes.
It does. Oh goodness.
Yes. I worked with them 800 years or so ago.
Have you seen him since, like in the recent centuries?
So good. I love elves.
Well, it's probably been like 100. What? He's been gone for almost a century.
Is it? I thought he was
don't
gone like for
remember.
2 years or half a year or something.
It would have been more. I mean,
I think you wrote half a year, but I mean, I don't know what.
I
mean-
don't remember either. But it's been like several years at least since he's been gone. I mean, have you seen him? Do you know what he's been doing? If you have,
I left at some point, and I think he went into the service of the court.
well,
That
would
was
have
a long
been
time ago.
well before my time then. He was the one who took me in and trained me as a Blackleafs, and he's been gone for a few years now. We're not sure where he is. He's assumed.
I'm sorry, but
It
I
is
can't
assumed
help
the
you.
worst has happened. All right. Well, I appreciate that. At least someone else knows who he is, and right. Anyway, Golda, I don't want to cut your meeting short, but perhaps we should get going on business.
No,
Yes.
I agree, and Silinestra has to be on our way as well. But I'm sure I meet again. You know, I'm not gonna say maybe.
We will meet again. And she kind of hugs you again and
Yeah,
kisses you on the
Golda would
cheek.
like hug her back like as tight as like possible for someone with little tiny arms.
T-Rexing.
T-Rex. Yeah. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Yeah, nice. And she gives you like a kiss on the cheek and says, "Be careful."
You too.
And you keep an eye out for the little sparrow here, yes?
Of course.
Luck.
And I get that we would take our leave and
All
head
right.
back to the inn.
With your stubby bow.
All right. Cool. Whew. So this took a bit, but ta-da!
Real quick, I need to step away from my computer because I realized I left a whole bunch of stuff in the laundry and forgot to at least put on the dryer. And
Okay.
yeah, sorry, I'll be right
See you in
back.
5. We can make it like 5 minutes pause. That's fine. Right, 5 minutes.
All right.
Cool.
All right, so yeah, you leave Silvestria, and is there anything more you want to do?
Not that I can think of. I mean, other than like I guess restock arrows and stuff. I
Yeah,
think
done.
that's-
Oh, in that, as long as we're talking arrows, Golda, those poisons that I picked up, as soon as I have a chance to figure out what those are, I'll make sure that those end up your
Next session.
yeah, sounds fine. Yeah,
But
good.
yeah, do feel free to remember.
Well, are you proficient with poisons?
I think I'm not sure. I think as a,
If you're
I don't know. Do you get it? Is there a proficiency?
It's poison.
I know there's to make them, but I don't know if it's to use them.
No, but it's to identify them, right?
I mean, if she tells me what they are, I can use them, right? I wouldn't be able to. I'm looking at my ropes.
Yes.
Don't have it written down, but that doesn't mean I don't know it.
Shouldn't be, unless you took it by default. Rogue does not give you proficiency.
Assassin gives it to you, but you also, I think, as a rogue, you get one more you get 2 more proficiencies, and you can choose to take proficiencies also in them, right? You don't need to take
I
athletic
get
or so.
more.
No.
Yeah, I get.
No,
Tools.
skill proficiencies are completely different than tool.
Yeah, they're different, but you can the rogue feature lets you choose between proficiencies between skills or 2 proficiencies.
Yeah, I don't have proficiency. Does that mean I can't use them at all, or?
No, you can use them. I mean, if someone tells you how to use them, and be careful with them and stuff, absolutely, you can use them.
Yeah, I don't have that as one of my. I don't think that's one I was permitted to take. I got acrobat. Poisons
matter.
isn't on here as one I could
It
take.
doesn't.
Gives it to you, and if you take assassin instead of thief, you get
Yeah.
disguise kit and poisoner's kit.
I see poisoner's kit. Yeah, I didn't go assassin.
All right. So yeah,
I
I
should
just
have
want
put
to
on a
know.
set.
All right. So yeah, what are you doing? What you doing?
Guess back to the inn and finding the note, and to
Getting
the
the
stable
horses.
after that.
Okay, and Thorin?
Yeah, I'm already at the stable with Caius.
Got it. Got it. All right, so takes them some time, especially I guess Marlene and Golda, to catch up with you, Caius. But at around noon, I'd say, since you slept a little bit in, right? At about noon, you guys, everybody meets with at the stables.
Awesome. So you don't need a stool, Thorn? You sure you can get on the horse?
But I think, could I be made a general? You think I can ride a horse? Just look at me. And I take a stool and I climb up.
Okay. I'll help my wife onto her horse and then I'll jump on mine.
Sure.
Say, look to Malin and Golden and say, how were your meetings?
Pretty good. I mean,
Unproductive.
Do we know where Cords is?
No.
That's unfortunate.
no, but we'll find out. There's other ways.
Oh, we'll find him. Well, I guess we should get a move on. About half a day to go for tonight before we can make camp. So let's get out of here.
I wish I had that ram.
How many? But what? 2-3 days to get to Daggerford? 2 days. By horseback's probably a bit faster.
Take a look. This map is on scale.
Yeah, it's a decent way away. Yeah, we'll ride till it's pretty far. We'll ride till it gets dark and then make camp, I suppose. That's cool with everybody else.
Well, I'm anxious to get there as soon as possible, so in my opinion, the harder we can push our horses, the better.
They'll need to rest after a while though and get water. But yeah, we can do this.
Yeah, and keep an eye for highwaymen since they are no longer respecting the boundaries of.
Water and maybe replace the horses at Daggerford, but for now I just want to get there as fast as possible.
The
All right.
professor should keep an eye out for his family because they're probably gonna meet us halfway.
No, we'll get there before the letter gets there, most likely.
Oh, the leather, probably.
Yeah. So they'll probably drop her off and they get a letter like the next day. Come to Waterdeep.
Exactly. Like depending on how you ride the horses, you could be like a good bit quicker. Right.
I wouldn't ride too hard. We have a pregnant woman with us.
Well, and we're not sure that horses will be replaceable at Daggerford. We're assuming, but should get shittier the further out you get from the big cities.
I think you have to be careful for the refugees not butcher them.
Yeah, it's true. Well, let's see what we can do today, and then we'll take it day by day here.
All right. So takes you what, about a week to get to Daggerford, I'd say? 100 miles? 20 miles a day?
We go 20 miles a day on our spec.
I don't know. Do you? Depends on how fast you want to ride, right?
Fast.
I thought you just said you didn't want to ride them fast.
I
We
want to go
don't want to
fast.
kill them. We don't want to sprint. We want to go fast.
All right, so you three go fast, and Kaios doesn't go fast. So you split.
I would go fast, but not so fast that the horses would, be
Yeah,
hurt.
it's fast is fine. Fast doesn't mean you die. Fast just means you're going fast. You're not paying as much attention as you could. You're not searching for food, etc.
You're not searching for food. You don't stop for any travelers. Right, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
All right, so fast. Because Kaios said he didn't want to go fast. That's why I asked. All right, so like what? 4 days, then 5 days, 4 days, about.
Yeah.
All right. So at the end of the week, you arrive at Daggerford. When you get to Daggerford, it changed a lot, Kaios, since you last were here. I mean, that's like what, 10 years ago? Last time you were there.
I mean, I've gone back occasionally to visit family, but
Okay.
so probably like
Still-
maybe a year or two ago.
All right. So still, it would have changed a lot. I mean, not the general outline of it, but the picture of it. When you get to Daggerford, you see there's a lot of people outside of Daggerford that are not inside the city, and it's like the slummiest of slums, so to speak. Right? It's cold, so it's a little bit muddy. The ground is hard. The smell, because of the coldness, is not as bad as it could be. But it's not nice to take a look, and you certainly see famine and misfortune. Not a nice place to look at. And while you were traveling towards Daggerford, you also saw a lot of people coming your way, basically, most of the times. Some trade caravans, but mostly it looks like refugees. And Daggerford seems to be some of the hubs where they first, or where they stop, trying to rest, maybe trying to stay here or whatnot. The doors are closed when you come, which is also a little bit unusual. But the two guards in front of him are not necessarily unusual.
Okay.
But just like basically being besieged by refugees is, right, at least from your point of view.
Yeah. Fair enough. I'll kind of just look and just be like, these poor people. I'll ride up to the gate and I'll just, if the guards don't open it when I get there, then I'll ask them.
Yeah, I mean, they would kind of stop you. Obviously, the gate is closed. I mean, the gates are not down. The gate is closed, but the portcullis is not down, right? So.
Yeah. Hello there. I have business inside the city. I'm Caius Talav. My family lives here.
Kalaf,
My
yes?
father's a blacksmith.
Yeah, one of them, yeah. All right. And who are your friends?
They're here on urgent business. We're not gonna be here very long. Just stopping in, then we're heading somewhere else. But I point to my wife who's pregnant, and I say I need to bring her to my family, and we're just gonna take a quick look around, and then we'll be out of your way.
Of course, since you're a family here, your entrance is free. For the rest of you, it'll cost you 5 copper.
Caius, if you would be so kind, that writ that I handed you earlier.
Yes, of course. I'll reach into my jacket and pull out the writ and hand it to him.
We're on business with the Lord's Alliance. If you don't mind just stepping aside so we can come through.
You're here to see the Baron then, yes?
Like he said, we are on our way through. If our business ends up taking us to speak with the Baron, then so be it. But at this point, I think we are just going through.
All right, very well. Open the doors! Kind of.
I'll take the writ back and put it in my pocket. Thank you. Hopefully, you have a good rest of the day. And then I'll trot in.
Yep. Yeah, when you get in, the inside is also crowded. However, looks like the people that have a little bit are inside. However, it's still more people than you're used to, right?
I should say my brother's name. I always said my father's name. Fuck, whatever. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I'll make for my family home then.
Mm-hmm. So let me just summarize this. So basically, Thorin, you completely ignored the request of Lord Neverhammer, right? I mean, that's what you did.
Yeah, he said BRB.
All right. Right. Well, that's what he did, anyways. Cool. So yeah,
I mean, did that letter say like that it wanted a response in a certain amount of time?
yeah.
Oh, well, shit.
So yeah, you go to the smithy where your father works.
Yeah, I'll go there for. I guess we would be working hours at this point in time. So
Absolutely, it's like afternoonish.
sure, yeah, I'll head there.
That's it.
Yeah, so as we arrive, I'll get off the horse, help my wife down off her horse, and just say, "You're still working, old man? I thought you'd be retired by now."
Who? Where? To whom?
My father, if I see him.
He's not
Even
there.
if I see him, not there. Okay. There's no one at the blacksmith.
The innkeeper, the inhabitor, like the one whose smithy it is there.
Okay. I know who he is, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like, he's basically the boss slash like your father basically is like a junior partner of him.
Okay. Yeah.
Like he bought in, right? So
So I'll walk to
Dungeon
him
Master's
and
Guide.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
I'll approach him and say, "I'm looking for Galdus. Is he around?"
Galdus, your father?
Yeah.
No. He went off to Waterdeep together with your brother.
Did he say why?
To join the army.
He's an old man. Why would he go join the army?
That he would rather die than seeing his lands being swept away.
Damn
I
it.
think.
Okay, is my mother still around?
Of course. I think she's home.
Well, thank you. Stupid old. I walk away, just like grumbling about my stupid old man.
Yeah. That's why it came to me to ask if Thorin just ignored it, but yes, he did. Right? I was like, because that would have been a possibility, right? That's.
Oh well. My brother left too. All right. Well, that sucks. Yeah, I'll go to my house then. Try to find my mother.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like when you get there, she would be there, absolutely. So
So
meanwhile, what's the rest doing? Are they with him? Are they with you? But do you drag them along? Are they off to do something else?
They can come with me if they want.
Yeah, I think at this point, Malene's just interested in letting Caius take care of his business and then getting ready to leave again.
Right, the other two?
Following him, I guess, because
Making sure he's not a traitor.
no, because I'm gonna be leaving the dog with him, or probably leaving the dog with him. So I'm gonna make sure he has a decent place.
Absolutely. And Thorin? All right. So yeah, you get to your mom's with everybody in tow, I assume.
Yeah, I guess so. I'll knock on the door.
Come in. Open.
Mom, it's Caius.
Caius. She kind of comes. You nearly just opened the door, right? And she kind of comes towards you.
Yeah.
She's like, she kind of looks you up and down and grabs your hands and then she kind of turns and sees your wife and kind of embraces her as well.
Yeah.
You're pregnant. She's pregnant.
Yeah, she is.
It's good news. Come in. Sit.
Great
please.
news, yeah. I say, this is Thorin, Malin, and Golda. They're helping me with some business.
Welcome.
We'll go inside.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Please come in.
I hear Father and Leonidas have headed off to Waterdeep.
Yeah, I know.
You couldn't convince Galdus to stay, or I should say Father to stay.
You know your father. He's as thick-headed as he was when I met him.
This is true.
As thick-headed as you as well.
I just kind of like nodded that.
I raise an eyebrow. What does she mean? He get it. He's a very thin skull.
I just knock on the dragon scales that are up there.
Exactly.
I was just in Waterdeep. I didn't see them, unfortunately, though.
It's too bad. Would have loved to hear how they are. What the heck they are planning to do.
Yeah, well, fortunately, news probably hasn't reached here yet, but our home, Silvery Moon, was attacked recently by the dragon cult, and it's not good news. A lot of people
It
died.
never is.
And unfortunately, Uncle Tristane is, I don't know where, he went missing during the battle. I'm not sure if he's alive or not.
He is a good man. I'm sure he's fine.
He still has tricks up his sleeve. I'm sure he's okay. Super okay, not dead. Did Sir Isterval go with Leonidas and Father?
No. He came back 2 days before they left. He was furious when he came back, but I don't know why. Talked with your father.
Maybe I should speak with him before I leave. That's why I'm here, though.
Rain. Sir Isterval.
Sorry?
You're here because of Sir Isterval. Not to see your old mom.
No, I'm here because I need to bring Giselle somewhere safe. And I've thought home would be the place.
Of course, you can stay here.
Thank you. I unfortunately have to leave shortly on some business to deal with the Silvery Moon problem, and I'm kind of involved in all this now, so...
You are what? Excuse me. You are what?
The dragon
too?
cult killed some of my students. I can't let
No!
that go.
You're my little boy!
Yeah, I
Can't be
understand
involved in these kinds of things.
But oh my
I
god, got
wish-
6-level spells.
that.
She's a mother, okay? She doesn't
Yeah.
care about this kind of stuff.
I wanted to just stay and live a quiet life as a professor, but fate has seen otherwise.
Dun dun dun! True?
A man killed my friend, and my students were killed. I don't know if the other one survived. I can't let this just go. Things have to be done. They have to be stopped.
She kind of grabs your hand and puts your hand in between hers, and she says, I will pray for you.
Thanks.
Lady Tamara will protect you.
I would appreciate the prayers. But if you still could stay here, that would be great. Helpful for me.
Yes, of course, as I said.
Fantastic.
Yes, exactly.
Exactly, yeah. I wish I could stay longer, but we unfortunately have pressing business to take care of.
No, you just came. You just arrived. Can't
Yes.
just leave right away.
Maybe we could have some lunch or something, but after that, I'm afraid I must go.
Can't you stay for a week or two?
Don't have that much time. This dragon cult's not waiting.
We have traitors to hunt down.
But your mother, she can wait, yes?
Yes, she can.
Kind of stands up. Well, at least you'll be staying here for tea, right?
It's like the sooner we take care of this stuff, the sooner we can all get back to our regular lives.
Yeah, we'll have some tea, and then I gotta go talk to Sir Isterval, and then we gotta be heading out.
Shakes her head and
If you want any
leaves.
more information, I'm sure you can speak to Isel. She'll be able to help you out.
She can brief you on the sit rep. She can give you a sit rep.
Right.
What's going on?
Brief you on the situation. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, she kind of leaves for the kitchen.
And you'll have a grandson soon to take care of, so there'll be that.
Exactly.
Mhm.
All right. So 5 minutes later, she comes back, brings everybody some tea. She kind of
How-
tries to convince you. Just oh, sorry. Go ahead.
How was Leonidas and father before they left? I'm sure Leonidas' wife didn't much care for him leaving either.
No. He's coming over in a few hours. If you want, you can stay.
There's a theme here.
Me and her never really got along very well, so.
Very good. Very good. Yeah, like she tries to kind of keep you
Yeah.
from going. She tells you that your brother and your father were fine, although she is worried about them, obviously. Now
Dad's
you
like
too.
65 or something like that, probably, or older.
Yeah. Yeah.
um,
He is a military man.
yep. And after the tea, I'll just put it down. I'll turn to Isel and say, well, I left you in good hands. Please, and I'll kind of turn over to please make sure she doesn't worry too much. And then I'll give her a kiss and say, I'll be
I will
back
be
as soon as
worried
I can.
myself.
I'll be back when I can.
Please. Take care of yourself.
I
Your
will.
son needs a father.
You make sure you take care of him.
I will be waiting for you.
I'll make sure Shuristoval is aware you're here. He'll help take care of you.
Mhm.
And then I turn to the others and say, well, it's enough family time. Let's head out.
And
How do you
enough of
know
this!
How do you know it's a boy?
I just turn to her and go, I know, I'm magic. And I walk out.
Bitch, please.
Bitch, please.
I'll go
Bitch,
back.
please.
Where can I find Shuristoval? He's at his house, I'm assuming?
Yeah, you know where his house is.
Okay, yeah. So I will go and try to speak with him. The rest of you
Alright.
are welcome to come if you want.
We spoke with him.
I was gonna say he's the same
don't
guy
know.
that
You know him, yeah.
yeah,
Oh, you know Shuristoval.
I don't.
I do.
Should I be concerned?
Good man.
No, he's a good guy.
Okay,
He's a retired adventurer. He's one of the ones that made it through.
I see.
Lived long enough to retire.
I don't make fun of his limp leg.
I'm not making fun of him. He's a lucky man. He lived long enough to be able to retire.
Yeah, so he'll head to his house.
Alright, so you go to meet Sir Isteval.
Yes.
He is about the age of your father. As Lewis said, like he has a limp, but kind of that isn't a surprise, right? Kind of
Yeah.
opens the doors and says, "Ah, yes, come in, come in."
Shuristoval, how are you this evening?
Old and grumpy.
Just give a laugh to that. So nothing's changed then.
Nothing has changed. Not much, at least. Hey, I've met you two before.
We did, sir.
I hear the old
Thoril,
man
was
and
it, right? Thoril.
Thorin Firehammer.
Yes, sorry. And Golda.
Golden nods. And
Where are the two? Where are the other two who were with you?
sadly, they are no longer with us in more ways than one.
Okay.
We had a run-in with a dragon. I think God, I don't even remember who was with us back when we met him first.
It was Igor who got killed on the trap by the demon. It was Rhoda who left us at Silver Moon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Left, quote unquote.
Oh, she left.
Well, did we figure out what happened to Rhoda? Like, I don't know if that was what
I just
actually
as-
happened or if
I
she
just assumed
poofed.
she got fed up with her problems and went to go solve them.
Hopefully she didn't explode on the way.
Hopefully she's not in hell with everybody else.
With all other friends. All right.
This joke never dies.
Well, they did.
Uh,
All right. So. And you? Haven't seen your kid in a long time.
How long has it been?
15 years?
I didn't hear that number. What was that?
15 years?
15 years.
Long time.
Very long time. And no one's come from the Misty Forest. No one. Really?
Oh, why would they?
Then? I don't know. Supplies? I don't know. Right. Well, I suppose I should introduce myself. I'm Marlene Blackleaf.
My name is Saristaval.
My friends speak highly of you.
Well, and I'm sure they're lying.
They've yet to lie to me, so I will assume their word to be truth.
Well, I don't assume this is a courtesy visit. So how can I help you?
Fortunately not. I've just recently brought my wife to stop with my mother. She's pregnant, actually.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Everything that's been going on, though, Silvery Moon, where I lived, was
Yes.
attacked by the dragon cult. They got through. It's been overrun.
Silvery Moon. Overrun.
Yes. Yes. We barely escaped.
It's incredible.
I didn't believe what I saw either, but the man who orchestrated it, or at least broke the...
Orchestrated it.
Broke-
He's the
broke-
mastermind.
He's gonna die. Who broke the gate, at least, is still out there, and he needs to be brought in. And I need to do that. So, since you're here, and I heard that Leonidas and my father have left, I would appreciate it if you could watch over the house, make sure no ruffians get in, and if the place is attacked, you get them somewhere safe.
Of course. Father is a good friend of mine. This is your mother.
I know, just thank you. Thought I would at least come and ask. I was in Waterdeep recently. Unfortunately, I didn't see Dad or Leonidas.
Yeah, they left 2.5 weeks ago. No, 3.5 weeks ago at this point, yes.
Probably already in the army by now.
Probably.
Always were
yeah.
stubborn.
You know your father at least as good as I do. I try to talk to him. I try to reason with the lords, but I don't trust someone from Crimea.
I could see that. They don't seem to like to even trust any of us. Long way away.
Different country.
Also different time.
But this is my home now, but they don't understand this. They still see me in the purple armor that I once wore.
Lived there for a very long time. I don't see why they still do that, but
I can't change it. Anyways, is there anything else I can help you with?
well, we're heading to the Misty Forest. Have you heard any news on the road on the way there? Anything we should know about?
Nothing but trouble. There's a lot of people coming from that direction. Well, actually further away, but nothing specific about the Misty Forest.
Okay.
It's elven
What's the rest
country.
of it's good to see you. I appreciate your help with
Indeed.
my family.
Nothing to appreciate. It's a question of honor.
Well, I'll get a drink when I get back.
We will. Take care of yourself and your friends.
You too. Well, ladies, gentlemen, shall we?
Okay.
To the Misty Forest, I suppose.
What could go wrong?
Molly's just worried this entire time.
I appreciate you all coming and doing me the service of dropping my family off before we left.
Well, at least they're safe.
As safe as can be when Silvery Moon can be attacked. There's much safe places that really are.
You've never been to a Dwarfhole.
I have not.
We have sky walls. Think about that.
All right. So, leaving Daggerfoot, or is there anything else anybody wants to do?
Nope.
Get the
Nope.
heck out of Dodge.
Marlene is too anxious to focus on anything else.
Right. So, a few days later, you arrive at the Misty Forest. By the way, Marlene, since you will take the lead here, I assume, and which direction you want to go?
Well, is there any particular direction that I know to be safer or closer to where my family would normally be?
Yeah, that's certainly. I mean, this is like a seasonal thing, right? So you would kind of know where they should be at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So
Okay.
you had that direction to meet up with your family as soon as possible.
Yes.
So it takes you a few days until you get to the Misty Forest. When you get close and start to see the outskirts of it, your horses start to get a little bit anxious, and you yourselves also feel a dread and a feeling in your gut that something is wrong.
I got a bad feeling about this.
I told you there was a dragon here. But they don't listen? Nay. They say the dwarf is blind. Fools! They have the keenest ears. Ears of an owl, I tell you.
The ears of a snail, and the eyes, the eyes of a mole.
Exactly.
No offense, Thorin, but you're full of shit.
If I open you up, so you would be.
At least we're in agreement there. At this point, I just want to find my family and find out what happened.
The name of the Misty Forest is apt, as you see the swathing and ever-present banks of fog slowly flowing through the trunks and the canopy. Marlene,
Mm-hmm.
give me a survival check, please. Marlene,
Whatever. Go ahead.
Marlene, you have lived here for quite some time. You are accustomed to the fog that gives the Misty Forest its name, but this is different. This is ominous. Something is wrong here.
Always told me as a kid, don't go into the Misty Forest. Here I am.
Well, you're in the literal misty forest.
Yeah.
um, the fog lies thick in between the vegetation itself. You can't even hear your own steps on the mossy ground, which is it wasn't as mossy as before. The vegetation looks like it has been grown thick, almost that you can't almost so you're forced to follow the natural ways of the forest that presents themselves in front of you. It's almost like a malignant intelligence is trying to hurt you in a specific way, or not let you get to certain other places. The trunks of the trees around you are mossy too. There's one more detail. Seems foreboding. Don't see any game. No deer. No stag. Nothing bigger than a rabbit. Maybe a bird. They just seem silent. Watching. Maybe even too scared to crawl.
Is this moss native?
Moss?
Yeah, the moss that you kept mentioning.
Mm-hmm.
It just seems to kind of overgrown
Yeah.
areas.
No, it seems to cover the entire floor, and the not tree height vegetation, basically the shrubbery and stuff, is very thick, and it turned thorny, which is distinctly different than you remembered. I mean, obviously there were thorny bushes, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it almost seems exclusively so.
Overgrown.
And thorny.
Well,
and that is the reason why you kind of have problems just moving more or less freely. I mean, you can never move freely in a real forest, right? I mean, that's just not possible. But it seems almost that there these natural kind of walkways, right? Have formed. That's what I mentioned earlier, right? So, that just.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, watch your step. It's going to be a little not difficult, but different navigating.
Welcome home, Marlene. Welcome home.
Welcome home, indeed. Everything's awful.
We'll follow your lead.
All right.
Do you take the horses with you?
Honestly, I think the horses are too spooked. I think they're better off being outside of the forest. What do the rest of you think? I don't think the horses are going to be able to get through the forest. Certainly not with any ease.
It's your forest. I'll trust your judgment.
It's your forest.
I'll get off my horse.
If we leave them, they're going to get eaten, though.
I say smack them on the behind and send them running back to Daggerford.
We're going to get eaten there, too, by the refugees. They're going to get eaten no matter where we put them. Poor horses.
I think their chances are better towards Daggerford. Let them run.
Thorin is hungry. So what do you want to do?
I say cut loose the horses, but I don't know if you guys want to tie them up, but they're not going to make it through these trees.
You can tie them up and leave them some food. I don't see any predators around. I don't see any animals at all.
You see like small rodents and birds, a few, right? But no.
Yeah.
That's what worries me.
I'll get off my horse, start taking whatever I had on my saddlebags off and put them in my pack.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, well,
Should we send them back then?
Or
yeah, send them
look,
off.
little pony.
Yep.
Please
give it a
tell me you
smack.
named it Bill.
Well, yeah, sure, Phil.
It appeases my little.
Ferdinand.
It appeases my little nerd. Goodness.
All right. So you're sending the horses back. Got it.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Old Bill. Good. So, what's the plan?
I'm going to lead the way and try and get to where my family should be.
Okay.
And
Now,
I'm just going to tell everyone to be quiet.
Right. So, since you're now inside the forest, and even the forest seems to have a mind of its own almost, you were slowed down naturally, but also almost also supernaturally as well. So this will take you a few days to get there.
Okay.
So I assumed you kind of restocked at Daggerford and didn't hurry to where you are here right now, correct?
Probably not.
You didn't
I'm not going to
restock.
say we bargain shop, but we probably needed. Would have been stupid not to have.
I mean, I assume in Daggerford you restocked, right? I mean, that just makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Since you didn't take the time on your way there, kind of went on your own rations, and you kind of, I also assume that you went the way, the 3 days or so you took here, a little bit slower, so you could keep your stuff, or did you hurry here too? That's up to you.
Hurry here from Daggerford.
Yes.
It's up to Marlene. If she wanted us to hurry, I would have hurried.
She would have wanted to hurry.
All right. So from your rations that you have with you, 3 days worth of them are gone.
All right. I'm down a couple. If anyone has 2 to spare, then.
We'll
Well, we
take
would
you
have
some.
restocked
Are we
in.
restocked? We
yeah.
restocked?
Yeah, that's what I said. Like, I would assume that you restocked in Daggerford.
Okay. I'm gonna.
Yeah, I was about to mention it, but I mean,
Okay.
at this point, it doesn't matter.
Okay. So, yeah, it will take you some time. You originally assumed you could get something to eat in the Misty Forest fairly easy.
Are there any like berries on the bushes, or is everything just this thorny mass?
If you want to take a time and look around, I mean, their thorny bushes doesn't exclude them from having berries, right?
Yeah. I mean, I bring it up because I have the wanderer trait from my
Mhm.
background, so
Yep.
I should be able to find, a couple of rabbits, figure out some water.
Yep.
I can probably figure it out now that we're here.
Water isn't necessarily as big of a problem since there's mists all around and mosses which
Yeah.
are fairly moist, so water isn't the issue.
Yeah, but I can probably find enough food in the forest to,
No, you can't. That's
make
the
it
problem.
livable. Or oh no, it's all okay. All right.
So when you take a look around, so if you say it's one of your feeds, when you take a look around and see what is there,
Oh, yeah.
and you find bushes with different kind of berries, but when you eat them, they seem wrong, and you spit them out as they taste so bad.
Right. This is going to be a little more difficult than usual.
And they shouldn't. You know, these kind of vegetation. They should be edible, but they're not.
All right. Well, at least we restocked. Yeah.
No offense, Malin, but this is a very depressing place to have lived.
It wasn't always like this.
Oh,
Was no something is obviously wrong here.
You do find
great.
small creatures that you can hunt, which isn't enough for everybody, but it can supplement your rations to make them last double the time.
Perfect. Awesome. All right. Well, no, it used to be. I mean, quiet, but there were more animals. There were birds. There were.
They are birds. They are birds and small, like rodent creatures.
Mhm.
Let me guess. There wasn't a dragon here before.
Oh, I'm sure there was a dragon of some sorts. I mean, wouldn't surprise me if a green dragon, maybe a young one, was hiding around here, but certainly never bothered me none growing up.
It's a black one, I tell you. From the
Uh,
marshes, just on yonder.
You saw a black dragon here, Thorn?
I saw its work, aye. And I saw at least a dozen of dead elves.
My family will know what's going on. They're here. I know it.
If that wasn't your family.
Well, let's find them.
Right.
Because this forest is starting to give me the creeps.
Oddly enough, it's giving me the creeps too. And just keep pushing through.
Mm-hmm.
And you thought my homecoming was bad.
At least your family was there to greet you.
Aye, part of it.
True. Let's just hope that mine aren't.
But it's true, I mean, I
Oh,
consider my
that's
homecoming
nice.
bad, but it's been the best. And Gaius' Silvery Moon was tragic. This one is looking down.
I should have been here months ago.
I don't understand why Golda was like, hey, family, we're here. Nope, I'm going away. Nope.
I'm not staying long enough so something can happen.
If I had stayed there 10 more minutes, they would have been dead.
Perfect plan.
I was supposed to be here months ago, Thorin. If something happened during that time, I'll never forgive myself.
You make choices, Les. If you hadn't helped me back get me old, I might not have a family, I might not be here myself.
We do what we can with the time we have.
Aye.
It's different for elves. We have time. We have time, and now
Time moves for you, it's just as fast as it moves for us.
it's a little less finite.
Of course, but you can't move faster than time.
Let's just hope they're there.
Everything is fine.
All right.
Sure.
I'm not worried.
Lead away.
Probably,
I can.
probably gonna find Tristane here too, just like having a drink and
If you say that in character, I'm smacking you upside the head with
No, I
strength
don't.
and everything.
Alrighty. So,
All right, lead the way. I can tell these trees apart.
Yeah, I'm gonna hurry the group through this as fast as I possibly can.
absolutely.
Stopping for whatever
There's
little
only a
game.
dragon here. Cares if we're surprised.
So the first night breaks.
that looks fine. I'd sleep there.
Home sweet home.
And yeah, what do you want to do?
Not take off my armor. Never.
Sleep
might-
in the armor.
That might be a good idea, actually.
I don't have armor, so
We should probably set up camp if it's getting dark.
yeah, I'm having trouble seeing at this point.
Right. Well, Not going to do me much good if you can't see and end up burning down forest. So
Burning down the wind. Why would I burn down the forest?
I don't know, rogue fireball. You tell me.
I'm very accurate.
I'm sure you are. As long as you can see where you're throwing it.
I'll
Alright.
cast light on my staff and just lean up against the wall.
Wall?
Tree.
Tree. Meant tree.
What wall?
You conjure up a wall so you
The
can
wall-
go
yeah.
leaning up against it.
The wall I
you
just
can-
built.
Alright.
I chop down a tree. I get out some tools. No, okay.
Does anything is anything starting to look familiar? Or it's just
Look, everything looks familiar.
but it's just all this impending doom and gloom shit going on here. Oh god.
I mean, you know this forest. You've lived here for how long?
Probably almost a century. Probably 100 years before going to the high forest. Yeah.
Right. So you know this forest, but
All right. Well,
Suppose we set up a watch order. Don't want to be caught unawares in this forest.
agreed. I'll I can take the first watch.
I'll take second.
so you set up a fire.
Wait, aren't you a human? Can you even see in the dark?
Can't see in the dark either, so.
No, I can't see in the dark.
Well, you did cast light, so
I can
That's
see now,
something.
yeah.
Well, build a can't in the dark.
If I cast a spell, yeah.
Do you plan to do anything else with your magics?
I can also cast dark vision. So
I mean, if I can go beyond and regain my spell slot, sure, I'll go.
If you cast it at the beginning of the rest, yes.
Yeah, I'll do that. It lasts 8 hours, so should be good
No
for-
concentration, yeah.
There's
I
nothing
can
hit
cast dark vision on whoever takes the other watch as well, so that they don't have to make unnecessary light.
Can you cast dark vision on other people, or is it yourself?
I touch a willing creature.
Okay,
Cool.
then do it.
So yeah. All right, I'll go ahead and cast it on. I don't know who's after me.
I was going to
Caius?
take second watch, yeah.
Caius, all right. I'll cast dark vision on you and then take my rest.
Right.
Alright. Then I'll go third, then Goldie goes fourth.
Sounds like a plan. Once you cast dark vision on me, then I'll turn my light off.
Mm-hmm. Or I would do it as soon as you take your shift.
Yeah.
So you take shifts throughout the night. Nothing happens. When Thorin's last shift ended, you can't even be sure that it is day at this point. Still so dark from the thick fogs. Thorin, Wilda, Caius, you don't even know if you could leave the forest at this point.
I know I can. I mean, I can tell the one tree apart from the other, so.
Yeah, I could probably figure something out, but yeah, probably I wouldn't know my way out myself. I'd have to
Aline.
use some magic.
Give me another survival check.
You are lost, you just never knew it.
Right.
We're all lost in this forest now. The woad has taken us.
Where's my ranger when you need it? Oh, right, Ethan.
Mm.
This is my home. I know where we're going. You'll just have to trust me on that.
You can't see more than 20 feet in front of you, Les.
I can see in here just fine. Like I said, this is home. It's
When was the last time you
if
were
I were to
here?
blindfold you and place you into your firehammer mines, I think you'd be able to find your way around just fine.
Aye, but I live in stone walls, not trees. Stone doesn't change.
Neither do these trees. Each of these is exactly where I remember them being growing up.
This tree is called Hans.
I look at it, and as you turn away, we hear a loud bang behind you, and you see like a small tree knocked over. That one ain't.
No, I probably punched that one down. I was a rebellious teen.
I just broke it. It was like, man, it took me 100 years to get back here. And now you go and do this again?
We're gonna have to trust you, Melon, because I think the rest of us are pretty much lost.
I'll try and find my way, but I don't expect much.
You'll just dig a hole into the ground. Then you'll get lost in the roots. I'm just gonna grumpily push past Thorin and start leading the way again.
3 more days pass, so this is the 5th day now in
Jesus.
the forest. You hardly manage to move into the direction that you want to. It is much more difficult than you anticipated, as these thorny bushes tend to stand in your way more than they tend to align within the direction you want to go.
Shouldn't we be there yet, Melon?
There's just so much in the way, and
What? I thought you could do this blindfolded.
I can, but the bushes are in the way.
Oh, look
So
at me.
unless
I'm
you
all
want
in.
me to,
I know my place back hands down, but this bush has me thwarted. I can run up walls, but this bush...
can I grab Thorin and like throw him into one of the bushes?
You
Sure.
can try.
Right.
Okay, what is that?
I don't know. Thorin, does she manage to?
She managed to throw my cloak. The dwarf is too heavy for it to throw.
Does your cloak get tangled in the thorns then at least?
Absolutely.
Yes, it's completely ripped.
Yeah.
It's ripped to shreds, and it just looks at you. Great, my finest cloak.
Would you rather I drag you through that, or will you just shut up and let me lead you around? Yes,
For
it
how
takes
long,
longer.
Les? Do you know how far we are from it? How many days?
Do I have an idea of how many days at the rate that we've been going?
2.
2 days. 2 days, unless you have an idea of getting through these.
I'll give you 1.5.
I could burn them, but that might start a forest fire.
They are super moist with all the moss and mist.
Oh well, better time as any to use this. Sure, why not? I have Ivor's longsword. I never give it use. Let's get some bushes.
Right?
This sword once can't eat demons. Now it gets bushwhack.
Demon bushes.
From hell.
Exactly.
All right. So, with Thorin, give me a Constitution check, please.
I'll give you a Constitution check. Where's my Constitution?
Natural 1. No, okay. All right.
He's dwarf. He's got this.
I'm a dwarf.
So, Thorin starts to whack and strike at the bushes that stand in your way, and they are resistant and resilient. However, it still managed to cut down some time for you guys, so you can move a little bit quicker.
Perfect.
I'll push through and just point the way for where Thorin Firehammer Weed Whacker needs to go.
All right, Machete. So at the end of the day, you arrive at the village that you were anticipating.
See, you steal it off, and they left.
However, No one seems to be there. Empty, devoid of life, sound of laughter. Anyone.
Is there a
As,
sign of a struggle anywhere?
as you enter, these wooden houses, look around, see no one. However, give me a survival check. However, you do find
Two gold pieces.
signs of struggle indeed. You see movement of people running around. You take a look above. The canopy has been broken, splintered apart, leaving a looming opening to now the darkness of night and the night sky that is above. The first time you saw the sky in a week's worth of travel.
I
You
wish it
read
wasn't there.
You can read from the tracks that people ran and started to run into different directions all across, left, right, up, down, northwest, east, south.
They
And at some
scrambled.
point, each of them stopped.
I'm going to go straight for my house.
Do so.
And I sprint to the door and throw it open.
Yeah, that dwarf is trying to keep up, but he's not even half as fast, and he's constantly twitching at stupid birds.
No, you're not half as fast. You might be exactly half as fast. I think I go 55.
So sad.
Yeah, I go 55 feet now,
I
so
ain't even
I'm
half as fast.
sprinting.
I don't know. I think a few of you are encumbered anyways, so you're a little bit slowed. But yeah, you go to your house where you expect your family would stay. What would you expect to see?
I would expect to see small table, herbs hanging from the ceiling, and I would probably see some. Oh God, I never really thought about Marlene's family before, so this is like, other than the fact that she has one, so this is kind of strange. There would probably be hunting supplies like bows and arrows, probably fletching supplies from her father. She would probably expect a good amount of gardening, a couple of herbalism supplies that she would have learned from her mom, the trade.
You see the herbs hanging in the window as you approach the door that is closed. However, they are not fresh. Even in the moist air, even in the misty forest, these herbs, old, decrepit, dried. When you open the door with some sort of shock, with some sort of tension now in your body, you see the fletching supplies, the quiver is kind of pushed over. You see a few of the arrows kind of strewn on the floor, kind of spaced out into the direction. You see the table in the more in the far side of the corner, standing there. Two chairs, one of them toppled over, lying on the ground. The other one standing next to the table. You see the remains now rotting, filling the air with a pungent smell of a stag in the back as you go into the back of the house. The outside, the belly opened up, started to, well, carve this stag apart, stopped in the middle of it.
Can I tell how old it is? Based on
Give
the
me a solo
herbs
check.
and the.
I'm afraid it's been 10
Contradicting information. You think the herbs must have hung there for years to dry in this kind of environment, but they are dry. From the corpse of the stag, from the status of decomposition, from the amount of worms and flies that buzz around it, would think 2, maybe 3 weeks.
Is there any sign of tracks going from the stag or from my house?
Yours. Goldust, Thorns, Caiuses, and a pair leaving into the forest. Footprints far and in between, spaced. Three pair.
3 pair?
How many pairs? I think it was 1.
3 pair of tracks. 6 feet.
Potentially mom and dad. I'll go out and no, I'll go back inside and I'll sit down at the table and kind of look at the arrows. Kind of wait for the rest of the group to finally catch up.
20 minutes later.
I do run faster than you. Wouldn't surprise me.
No, but yeah, the dwarf comes in like, what the hell's going on? Why isn't anyone here? I told you.
It's been weeks.
Weeks? Are you crazy, Les?
It's been
This place seems
weeks.
abandoned for years.
There's a stag in the back that has been there for weeks. Dad was butchering it, and that must have been when whatever happened. I was supposed to be here months ago.
Is there some place your people go to when there's a crisis?
The high forest.
It's a long way away.
I don't think anyone would have made it that far.
There's nowhere they go in this forest? No underground area? No storm shelter?
I figured I'd wait for you first, but there are tracks. Hopefully 2 of them are my parents. I don't know who the other one would be, but...
Give me a moment.
Go ahead.
I'll look for a local building, right, that's medium, or at least decently tall, and I'll climb to the top of it to get an overview of the town.
Yeah.
See if I can see anything of what she's talking about.
Tracks?
If people left here, right? Not those tracks, but if people left here, if all the village evacuated because we're not seeing corpses, there should be tracks that you could see from top of the house.
They scattered around. There was no direction. There was...
You don't know that. That's
I
why
do.
Yes, I told her.
Oh.
Thorn,
Either way,
save
I'll
your
do it to
breath.
see the damage, see if there's anything else on the town.
The houses, the buildings seem ominously still intact.
No giant sphere or circle of dead grass.
No giant circle of dead grass. Yep.
It's only
Aside-
human feet we're seeing and no other things.
Elven, but...
Alvin, yeah.
No human feet. The prints are too shallow to be human.
Yeah, I meant Elven. Just Elven feet. No other. No like massive claw marks, anything like that.
How
Obviously.
much time you want to spend touching around?
I'm not gonna let them spend too much time. I want to follow these tracks.
I follow Malon's lead. It's her place.
Yep.
I mean,
just wanted
that's why she ran into the village. While she ran, and the way she came, she saw a few
Yeah.
like tracks, and the rest kind of tried to follow her. So
Shouldn't you just check the rest of the town before leaving?
I mean, if the rest of the town is like this, I assume there's like a central building, yeah, like a not
no,
necessarily political, but okay.
but there's like a open place.
We could maybe look in the town clearing, see if there's anything there.
Sure.
But then I don't think there's going to be much more left here. It'll give us a hint of what's happened. At this point, I'm just assuming the worst.
Whatever it did, it came from the sky. But I don't see the giant, well, markings.
I don't see anything foreign.
There'd be a lot more destruction if it was a dragon.
I don't think there was a fight, just a commotion.
Well, what would do something like that? Something that would come from the sky, that would cause a commotion, but not destruction like we saw in Silvery Moon.
A big enough dragon?
I don't know about dragons myself, but are all dragons destructive?
Well,
Mostly.
there's at least one I would consider conniving rather than destructive.
You don't think that flying castle came above here, dropped shock troops, took everybody and left?
Again, there would have been signs of a struggle. There's nothing here except people running.
As I said, how much time do you take?
I say we take an hour, but
Yeah, we need to look
an
around
hour.
more.
An
Right.
hour.
So,
I'll just say split up. Maybe we don't do that.
who's going to lead the look around?
I let Marlene, because she knows her way
Mhm.
around.
I mean, I know where I'm going in the city.
All right. So give me a survival check with advantage. All right. So everybody kind of starts to move around, take a look, see, then kind of meet back together after 1 hour to compare results. Okay. After some looking around, you do find some damaged buildings. You do find a few tree trunks on the outsides that have been damaged. Mostly, though, what you would find is arrows stuck in different buildings, different tree trunks. What you also find is the tracks, if you try to follow them, it is kind of hard, very difficult, because as soon as you leave the village, ground changes from this beaten down walkway, more or less, with a little bit of grass, a little bit in between, to this thick, mossy surface, which makes it extremely hard to track of things that happened a long time ago, of people who don't weigh very much. However, managed to follow a few of these tracks. As I said earlier, they lead into all kinds of different directions out of the town. Each one of them start to lose at one point or another. except for 4 distinct. Of the 3 pairs of footprints that leave Marlene's house specifically, just one remains to lead into the thickets of the forest itself, and 3 others similarly. One of which didn't seem to be in such a hurry as the other.
What?
That's curious.
I'd like to. Okay. So, there were 3 sets that left my place. One of them disappeared into the thicket. The other 2 were cut short, and of the other ones that seem to be going, I assume in various directions. They're not all going to the same place.
Yes.
One of them was slower,
Yes.
but not the one from my place.
No.
Okay. All right. Well,
Maybe another inside job,
maybe.
like Silvery
Doesn't make
Moon.
any sense. It's like the marks, they disappear. It's like they were running, but something was chasing them. Something was catching them, making them just disappear.
Something picked them up, maybe.
One more
I'm
thing.
missing. I'm gonna check the tracks and how these disappear. Is it like we saw in the farmsteads, where just poof?
One more thing. Thorin,
Hmm?
when you get to show the rest of the people the markings in the trunk that you saw next to where one of these tracks disappeared,
Hmm?
no longer there.
The marks that I saw?
Yes.
What kind of marks did I see?
4 puncture marks that kind of imprinted themselves in the bark of one of the tree trunks.
Hmm. Interesting.
Each one of them about, let's say, 5 inches apart, 5-6 inches apart from each other.
I just touched the tree, see if they're there, but they're not.
No, these
just-
markings, that's what I mean. The markings you saw in the tree trunk earlier that you wanted to show,
Mhm.
when you get there, you've sworn they were there before, not longer.
Oh, you didn't tell me about this. This being one of them proper elven forests, right?
I mean, it's an elven forest. That doesn't mean it.
I heard about it. You put like leaf magic on it, and it makes the trees move and shift, and everyone gets lost.
Oh, what?
The trees move?
I mean, some do those, but
What do you mean some do? Trees don't just move.
There was some
do.
markings here. They're not here now.
Oh
And by my beard, they were there.
that makes no sense.
What?
Well, if the trees move, is it the same tree?
It's
Thorin,
not
can you
going
be
to.
sure?
It's
It is
this.
the same tree. I'm
Does
sure.
it look like the same tree? Sure,
Yes.
it does.
Give me a perception
Yeah,
check.
it looks like the same tree, but it doesn't have the marks.
I'm gonna run a hand over the bark and. Is it new growth? Is it just the way it always was?
I mean, it's not the way it always was. Nothing here is the way it always was. Everything seems slightly out of place. Since you entered the Misty Forest, everything seems slightly out of place. This is a theme that is continued throughout the entirety of what you saw thus far of the Misty Forest.
All right.
But
well,
to answer your question, the moss on this tree trunk, which Thorn vehemently says was disturbed before, looks like it has grown over time.
But not over where he thought those puncture marks
Not over
were.
the last 5 minutes.
Yeah. Okay.
I swear, if this is one of those forests where time works differently and we come back and it's been 10 years,
Yeah, we're in the
Well-
Feywild all of a sudden by accident. That would be interesting.
wouldn't be surprised.
Right. There were two sets of prints that I think we should follow. There was one that was going rather slowly and one going from my house that disappeared into the thicket. I think I'd like to follow the one from my house first, unless anyone has any objection.
Aye, let's ignore what the dwarf says. Who cares about a bit of missing marks in a tree? That's not suspicious at all, especially when the local doesn't know it. Nah, it's normal.
It's not normal, I just don't know.
Well, aren't you the elf? Do your elven things. I don't know, talk to the tree or something.
Can I make an elf check? I don't know what to do.
Yeah, make an F check.
Alright, what is that?
What stat is elf?
Comes after 10 and before 12.
Exactly.
Oh my god.
What about you, Caius? Can you tell if this is magic or not?
I can give it a look. See, I'll walk over to the tree and see if I
Looks
mean,
like
it's
a tree.
probably natural magic that I have no idea how it works. I'll swap back over and say, well, it's a tree.
Give me an Arcana check.
If you want to be a
Marlene?
professor,
Give me an Arcana check with disadvantage.
at least tell me what tree it is. Like,
I
it's
know
Pinus tree of the
shit.
family.
Yeah.
All right. So Marlene has no clue. No
She
clue
failed that elven check.
times 2.
Oh yeah. Double twos.
Nice.
Um,
I rolled a bit better than that.
Gaius, something has been nagging you. You can't quite put a finger on it. But you do know that certain creatures can influence the world around them and change them.
Right. That seems to be possibly what's happening here. Okay.
I mean, everything looks a little bit unnatural to at least Marlene.
I'll go over to the tree, put my hand on it, and I kind of just stand there for a second, close my eyes, think. That is curious.
What is?
Well, it's a theory, but I believe that there might be a creature here that is changing forests. It seems tainted.
He kind of looks at you sideways. Did you have one of her morning meats?
No,
Are you suggesting an animal has cast an illusion?
not an illusion. This is real. And it's not an animal. It's probably
What
a
kind of
monster of
fucking
some
animal
sort.
changes his surroundings?
Well, I'm not positive, but maybe dragons.
Let's ask our dragon expert. And I look to Gold.
A green dragon, maybe? Would be what's common out here. Well, it's not common, but it's what I would expect if a dragon were to pop through here.
Yeah, I mean that's what I would expect in a forest, but I mean,
If it was now I don't know much about green dragons, but if they're native to forests, then I don't think he would change the forest. Something is changing the forest.
I don't really know if green dragons can do magic or not. I mean,
Out of
Well-
family, no, but yeah, unfortunately.
the most thing I know about them is they attacked my dog at one point.
Would would I know anything? Also, I'll need to switch devices and get into the chat again here shortly because my device is dying. But would I know of anything that might be able to cause this, like any creatures that, or even like just ghost stories that my mother told me growing up?
With an arcana of 2?
I meant with like a nature or just a general motherly wisdom over a century ago. I don't know.
In a history or a
Maybe.
like a lore check, like
Arcana?
what would
Yeah, I
you
think
get
that's all
if
we're
you're
getting.
telling you folk tales? Is that history?
History. But I don't know if they mention anything like that.
There's not been talks about dragons in the Misty Forest. That's one of the
Okay.
reasons why elves are here. Things are a little bit different in the High Forest, but High Forest is also a lot bigger.
A lot bigger. All right.
If there was a dragon here when you lived here, it certainly never showed its face.
I'll put it in these terms. You know how in Silvery Moon that the entire place now is under the soulbind spell. We figured that out.
Yes.
Well, something has happened here that not necessarily that spell. I don't think it's that spell at all. But this entire area is being affected by something.
If the spell was what's going on here, it would be really sad.
But something's happening here. So we got to follow one of these tracks.
All right.
Do you think that this was also what happened at Silvery Moon?
I
Do you
don't
think
know.
one of them white beasties brought the storm with them?
Oh,
I mean, in Silvery Moon, you saw someone cast the spell, right?
No, but I'm talking about the changes, right? Was the
Yeah.
blizzard natural in Silvery Moon, or did it have been brought by the dragons?
now that you mention it, it could be from the dragons. It's not. It wasn't. I mean, we get storms at Silvery Moon, but it wasn't ever that bad.
That is why no one was alerted, right? This is
Yeah.
the middle of the winter in the far north, next
Right.
to mountains.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm going to start following the tracks that went from my house.
All right,
Okay, we
The
follow you.
dwarf keeps an eye out for markings.
they
If you see that
lead
anymore.
northwards.
Okay.
How long do you want to follow them?
I mean, how... I have every intention of following them as long as they go.
All right, so for 10 minutes you follow them. Give me a survival check. And then you lose them.
As we're going, I'll, like, when no one's looking, with either sword, I'll make a cut in one of the trees.
All right. So another remark on these tracks. These tracks move through these thickets, seemingly undisturbed. That's where you need to cut your way through them.
So the thicket probably came after the prince.
Possibly.
How... That means that these would have grown in several weeks. I mean, that's...
That's right. Like I said, this forest is tainted.
That could explain what you saw in your house. You said that leaves were dry. Could that have been changed? So the stag would be the real timeline.
I mean, if it's been years, I think I would have known. Someone would have heard.
Who? You weren't here. You were the one sent here. If no one escaped to tell, how would you know? I don't think it's been years, but
I would assume it's been weeks.
Well, a few months ago, there were a few people coming from the Misty Forest to the court and kind of said that something happened there, right? No, you don't know this. All right, my bad.
Okay.
No, you do know this, right? Because of you
I
ran
mean,
into
I assume Algarthus would have told me whatever.
No.
he
This
knew.
happened. No. In timeline, this is my fuck up. In timeline, this happened after you left, but you spoke with what's her face? You spoke with
Yanis.
Yanis, and she said it right. That she said that something happened.
Yeah, but you didn't give me details.
No, but that's as much as you know.
Okay, but that was months.
That was, according to her, shortly after you left.
Okay. All right.
So how long ago did you hear that? 'Cause
The first
2
time
months?
we were in Waterdeep, so yeah, a couple months.
2.5 months at this point, since you
Been
also
almost.
now 2 weeks. Like since you left Waterdeep, they already 3 weeks have passed, right?
So now their timeline matches up then.
Unless this is one of the more recent, I don't know, attacks in the Misty Forest. I mean, it's not like this is the only city here. I'm gonna turn around since I lost the one trail and try and follow the other one.
All right, so you get back to the village.
The slow one.
Yeah, the slow one.
I look for the mark I left on a tree as we're walking back.
Still there.
Didn't change anything?
Nothing changed.
Alright. At least it's not instant.
All right,
There's
you follow
something.
the. Sorry.
There's something we're missing here, Les. I think we need a different approach.
And what would you suggest?
I think following tracks ain't gonna work. We should figure out what happened in the village first, and figure out what the hell this magic is.
I suppose you're right. I'm just worried that those tracks won't be here soon.
It will get harder and harder to follow them. That is for sure.
Well, you only have one pair left. You wanna try it?
I just want to follow this one pair, and then we'll go back to the city. We'll do whatever it is you think is best, but I need to know what happened.
We do what you think is best. This is your home. I'm just suggesting.
Any suggestion you give me at this point is more than welcome.
Alright, then that's noise time. And I continue following.
Let's see where our slow friend went.
All right, so just quick interruption here. We now have been playing for, I think, about 4 hours, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I am okay. I don't care. I can go on. I know that at least Hilda or Emmy can go on, but I don't know how you guys are feeling.
I'm fine.
I'm pretty tired, but I mean, I got work tomorrow, so if we end by like 9:30,
So that'd be another hour for you?
Yeah, works for me.
Okay. So if anybody of you wants to kind of finish up or whatever, right? Just tell me, and then I'll see where and how I can make it stop. Make it stop.
like I said, I can go for another hour, but if you get to a stopping point before then, that's fine. I just prefer not to go beyond the hour.
Yep, I'll try to remember.
I can go for half an hour easy. An hour would be a little pushy for me, but half an hour is fine.
All right. So, you follow the tracks into the... They don't change the pace. Give me another survival check. They don't change the pace, but you start to see this. Not every inch of the ground is necessarily covered in this moss. Most of it, not everything. When you come to places where there isn't moss on the ground necessarily, you realize something. You realize that this this way, I guess, has been traveled more than once. Often. And also these tracks go through these thorn bushes.
They go through them like they're impeded by them, or
They're interrupted by them, but it's harder to tell as with the tracks we followed earlier, because it was easier to kind of determine the speed of the person that was moving, like leaving these tracks. And they didn't slow down. Obviously, it's a little bit harder with these tracks because they seem to be walking in a normal pace. So if you stop, it isn't as obvious, or slow down, it isn't as obvious. But it seems at least similar. You follow these tracks for about 3/4 of an hour. So on a normal, if you would normally go, right, if you kind of try to follow tracks, obviously you're a little bit slower, especially on these hard circumstances. You need to take a close look. So this is like 15, 20 minutes of walk or something like this, right? So after 3/4 of an hour, you get to a small hill of the misty forest where the trees naturally kind of part way a little bit. And you see at top of the hill where the tracks stop, leads to a mound is wrong, a place where the moss, when you kind of push it aside, because you take a closer look at it, you see the ground has been, is it toiled up, disrupted,
Tilled?
moved. It's not tilled. Tilled is like if you actually like farm an area, right?
Like churned up.
This looks like churned up, like something, like a big mall went through here, or several of them went through here, as if like something dug here, or something started a running here that is big, or something, I don't know, stuff like this, right?
Yeah.
Something big went through there, so not tilled in that sense. But again, like the ground seems to be uneven and then overgrown by the moss. So if you take the moss aside a little bit, you see like parts of the grass are mixed underneath, and at this point a little bit rotten away, okay, but you still see it's been churned up and kind of mixed over a little bit.
You. Mixed over grass.
all right. I think something went underneath the ground then.
Well, we know those drakes dug up from underneath in the Silvery Moon.
We also know they're capable of a lot more
Yeah.
destruction than we have seen.
So
But
if
they also-
like compared, you can compare it to the drakes. Obviously, the drakes went through like stone at the end, right? But these drakes were big, and they left obviously like tunnel behind. There's no tunnel here, at least not anymore.
Yeah. But the tunnel closed after. Would the closed tunnel before look like what it looks here? If it was grass, can I tell? Since I was close when it was closing.
Give me an investigation check.
I can do that. Sherlock.
And
fire
anybody wants to help him?
I'll help 'em.
Sure, I'll help.
All right. So what do you do to investigate this?
I recall what happened as I saw like the grin on that Elf Dragon's face as he disappeared into the closing hole in the churned up earth, and I tried like to clear away the weeds without disturbing the earth itself to see if the marks would coincide. I know the earth back then was harder, so this one here should be softer. So I'll look for a patch where we haven't stepped or anyone hasn't stepped on, so it should have retained most of its form.
Okay. So first of all, there are no weeds there. There's just moss. So this looks like
the vegetation.
Yeah, could be, maybe, but what happened to this tunnel that the guy jumped into? Like that caved in, right?
Mm-hmm. Caved in. This is I mean, it could be the same thing, but this is the opposite. This wasn't the exit hole. This was the entry.
Well,
Can we,
should we dig?
Are we playing Tremors now?
No.
Well, I doubt there's anything there, but we can try.
came this far.
All right, let me
The
show
trail
you a
ends
nice
here.
technique of dwarven digging. I'll climb up a tree about 10 feet and slam dunk down. If it is all beneath, I'm probably going through it. This is wet floor.
All right, so you jump, and I mean, again, there's no tree that you can climb on the hill itself because, as I said, there are actually no trees on the hill. Right? I said
Okay.
this is like an opening in the forest. So
Right,
you
right,
can
right,
jump on the foot of the hill, and then you would just sink in, I don't know, a couple of inches, right?
Whatever it is, it's gonna require a lot of digging.
Try.
I just grab up like a couple sticks or like a piece of bark if I can, and try to
Sure.
like use it as a trowel and start digging.
All right. So as you start digging, you quickly realize this loosened earth is just the top layer. Just the first, let's say, what is it? Like the first 10, 15 inches. After that, it gets quote unquote normal, packed earth.
So, a dead end?
Is this losing earth all around? Is it just
No,
over
it is just at the middle of this hill on top of it, and it is about in an area 15 by 15 feet, 20 by 20
Is it
feet.
oval, cone, circle? Does it have any type of like formation?
It is in
Sure.
between circulish and oval.
Maybe this wasn't a gap at all. It's not the dip.
I could attempt to get down to where it is with a spell if there is something down there. I can go through the earth.
How would you do that?
How do you think, magics?
I'm magic.
No,
Okay.
but look,
It would be a guessing game, but I could try.
but the bottom layer is not changed, just the top, and it's this oval shape. Maybe this earth was just turned over. This could have been a giant dragon fruit paint, or maybe even a tiny breath.
I don't understand. What do you think happened?
Well, if there were elves here, they were running. And if there was a dragon that could breathe accurately enough, although this seems rather small, well, it creates a patch like this. He grabs the elf, goes away. It's a clearing, no problem. And due to the forest's change condition, moss grows all over the changed earth.
It's a good theory.
No, it's horrible, but it's the best I got. I don't know tree stuff. If this was stone, I'd tell you.
I mean, I can give it a shot and see if I can see if there is something below us.
I mean, you're the magics guy. I don't know much about that.
It might hurt, but if someone wants to come with me, they can. If not, I'll go along.
Do you know anything is if
Okay, so I'm gonna say if you want a dimension door down there, you will die if there's earth.
yeah, I wouldn't
Really?
do something crazy
Yes.
like that.
That's not how the spell works, though.
I don't know if you can
What-
dimension door
from-
into.
From what I've reading, if we would arrive at a
Alright,
place
if
already
there's no
occupied
rules,
by an
give me a
object or a
second.
creature,
just
you
post
increase-
it. It's quicker if you just post
Okay.
it. I can read it myself.
Yeah, normally it does say the damage, but
Oh, you get
Simon,
displaced, is that
you-
new?
you
Alright.
take damage. Yeah.
Right,
but it's not
so-
instant death.
But you used to just die. but might have been
Yes.
changed
Oh yeah, there you go.
because you cannot. You would arrive already occupied by an object or creature.
I don't think it's even a lot of damage. Some spells give like 5 to 10 damage.
46.
Yeah,
This
it's okay.
place.
It's okay. Yep. No, you would work, but it would be like problematic.
It'd be
It would-
painful.
Be
And you
guessing
need
and
to
it hurt.
guess precisely. If a
Yeah.
tunnel is like 10 feet by 10 feet, you have no chance.
That
So-
sounds like a terrible idea.
I
We could get some digging tools and just dig.
don't look at me. I may be a dwarf, but I've
Okay,
given
so-
up mining long ago.
So all we know from here is that there were multiple trips out to this point, and the top layer is disturbed.
And back.
Yeah.
Are all the footprints besides ours humanoid elvish?
Yes.
Is there
Could you
another
please-
set of footprints? Like maybe this person was meeting someone?
No. Well, it's hard to tell. But there's no other. Well, give me a survival check.
Okay, Skalda, you probably know better of this. Could this have been a portal of any sort?
You don't see any other footprints coming to this direction, other than the multiple ones coming from the same direction.
Portal?
Aye.
I mean,
I mean, you have
mean,
footprints
I would-
coming in, everything disappears.
if there
Footprints
was
coming out, all same
Something,
direction.
either picked them up or pulled them under. I mean,
Yeah, but you have footprints coming in and out. How does that work?
if there was teleportation of some sort, there'd be markings on the ground. At least there should be.
Well, not if the earth has been moved.
It's a fair point.
we just get like a really long branch and poke it down and see if it. I mean, if there's an opening underneath, the branch you'd feel it.
Sure, but
it's-
you
it's-
take a big branch. You take a big branch and use Thorin's Maul to hammer it down in the air, in the ground. It's in many different, like in 3 different distinct locations. None of there seems to be a room appearing underneath that is hollow.
It doesn't look like it, it's just a top. I'm thinking portal. Magics. Come on, you're a Professor Caius. Can't you tell if there was a portal without looking at the ground? Can't you like smell it in the air or something?
Yeah, would the weave be messed up? Like you gotta, detect magic. Would you see traces of a? I don't know if you have magic. But you know.
Shush, this ain't time for fashion. Don't speak of weaves.
Don't have that spell. I not with what I have. No, I can't do a whole lot of anything.
I don't think I have it either because I get weird spells.
You're not a wizard, Talaf.
I'm a sorcerer.
Yeah, that's the problem with sorcerers. You have few spells.
Yeah.
But it's cool. I mean, this is your forest. Wouldn't you know this?
I mean, do I know what this spot was? I mean,
Nothing.
Was it any kind of holy ground?
No.
Was it always an opening?
Yeah.
It's the only thing I can think of. Everything else doesn't make any sense.
it's
Either way.
it's the moss and the upturned earth that doesn't make sense.
The moss is everywhere, right?
But like
If the
this is more than usual. Like something's off.
Absolutely.
If the professor can't make sense of this, I don't think we stand a chance.
Fortunately, I'm just as perplexed as you are.
Like I said, the best thing I can think of is a portal. With multiple people coming in and out, doesn't make sense that there was a hole here.
I'm not sure that it's multiple people. I'm wondering if it's maybe just one person. It's going back and forth between the village and here. It's not
I
like this
probably
place is
don't
completely secret.
know this, but you can tell me if I would know or not, Simon. Would I know if dragons have been known to take humanoid forms?
Oh hell yeah!
You wouldn't, but Gulda, Marlene, and Thorin would.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, we know.
Okay,
Saw
so
one.
We saw it.
So it's possible some dragon was shape changing out here, going into the village, then coming back and shape changing again. I mean, I would assume that a change like that would tear up the ground.
I would explain the upturned Earth.
Yeah.
Then
And
you
the
had a
person
dragon
disappearing.
living with you the whole time?
It wouldn't be completely unheard of.
Also, dragons can change form. What? Crazy.
What?
Caius has a moment, and then we go
I
back
know,
to
right?
that.
Was there anyone at home that struck me as like strange or suspicious? Anyone that I would have known growing up?
They
No.
could be very old
No.
and very good at what they're.
I look up the
At being
trees just to
someone
see
or
if I
not.
see any claw marks. If the dragon
what?
was here, maybe. Look up the trees.
Yeah.
Because the ground won't show.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no trees here, right? But around the clearing, on
Yeah.
the edges, if there's any
Yeah.
claw marks. I mean, a dragon maybe have trouble leaving.
Investigation check.
Okay.
Don't find any. Even-
I'd like
yeah.
to.
I mean,
Sorry.
again, these trees seem to be recently overgrown by mosses mostly, so.
Can I climb to the top of one of these trees and try and get a view of? I don't know if there's anything.
Sure.
It's the outskirts of the copse, but yeah.
Just try and get an idea of the surrounding area.
Sure.
Okay. I'll go up to one of the trees and maybe slip a couple of times my footing on the moss, but try and crawl up. Hello, Ilya.
This is the same person. Sorry.
Exactly. I mean, honestly, should have seen it from a mile away. They have the same hairstyle.
Right. Okay, so you climb on top of the tree, take a look around, see a lot of tree canopy, and, well, the kind of clearing.
Is
What are
there
you looking for?
anything, any other disturbances in the canopy other than the village and,
I mean, you can't
places
see the
I need-
village. There's a thick mist that lets you see like 80 feet, 90 at tops.
it goes above the trees as well?
Absolutely.
Okay. Then I'd like to look down and see if there's anything like a bigger picture of the disturbed area. Maybe there's
There-
something that
It's
no.
Yes. It seems that if this is a circle, the hotspots of the disruption seem to be in 4 corners. I mean, if you would make a rectangle in the circle, in the 4 corners. And again, this isn't necessarily in a circle. This is like a odd-shaped potato, right? I mean, this isn't geometrically, what is it in English?
Symmetrically or geometrically?
Geometrically.
Geometrically.
This isn't a circle. This is like a roughly circle-ish shape, right? But yeah, like if you would imagine a circle or an egg-like circular shape, and you would kind of paint a rectangle into it, you would see that in the edges of the circle there's a little bit more of this disruption. Not much, but just from the kind of vantage point, it's a little bit easier to see, like eagle eyes perspective sort of thing going on, right?
Yeah. Perplexing.
What do you think happened?
That's my best theory, is that someone was shape-changing.
Well then, if that is true,
There we
there
go.
should be more information back at the town than village.
Yeah,
I'm
possibly.
sorry about that. What more information are we talking about?
Back at the town. I think we should go back.
Okay.
See if we missed anything.
I would have shared that information that I got from above with the others.
Yep.
Okay, we'll lead them back.
The town's not there.
Wouldn't surprise me at this point.
On your way back,
Oh.
on your way back to the side, Thorin,
Right?
you could have sworn you heard something to the east.
What kind of something?
Someone screaming. It is hard to tell how far away and the exact location because of the muffling of the thick bog that lies in here. You could have sworn you heard something to the east. And anybody else who has a passive perception that is higher than 16 is 16 or
I would have heard it.
All right, yeah, then you too.
I don't hear shit.
I'm gonna
16 plus.
stand up straight and look east.
Is this
Yeah.
forest haunted? I swear I just heard something from the north.
It's not haunted, and that came from the east.
What? No, that's north. And it?
I think I know my own woods. That was east.
Well, what you're gonna...
Shall we?
Oh, please, no more ghosts. If it's a ghost, I'm out. And the dwarf begins getting along.
I'm gonna.
All right, as you move in that direction, a short while later, you see an old, venerate woman lie underneath a fallen tree. And as she sees you, as you kind of get closer, everybody at some point would hear her scream for help. And as she sees you, she looks at you. Please help me, please.
Yeah, I rushed to help her.
Wait.
Wait.
Okay, why am I waiting?
The
Was
first
that
person
common?
we've seen in a week. What's she doing out here?
That's not important. The important thing is, if we understood this, she spoke common, correct?
Did she speak common or did she speak Elvish?
She would have probably seen you, Marlene, first, so she would speak Elvish.
Okay, then I don't tell her to stop. Because since you didn't say, I assume it was common. If it was an elf talking common off here, I'd be very suspicious. But in this case, no, I don't stop her.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna run and try and help her out from underneath that tree.
I try to join you on stubby feet.
Well,
All right.
if you guys are helping out, then I go over and also help lift.
All right. It takes all your effort to lift the tree, knowing that put you yourselves at risk if it shifts against you. But then even as you are close to freeing the woman, the tree begins to rise on its own.
Fuck.
Two other trees standing nearby shift back along the ground as the elf stands and smiles, showing no
That's
sign
why
of
I said wait.
showing no sign of injury. Heroes, at last, she says. How many might have fall back in fear at the sight of a stranger in the woods, or think of their own safety before helping others? I grant you my blessing. May your hearts prove true where others fear to tread. The woman picks a flower from her hair to you. The woman picks flowers from her hair that you swear were not there a moment ago, then twists her fingers to weave them into garlands as if by magic. She lays the garland around each of your necks, then suddenly transforms into an owl. And she and her tree friends follow her as she flies into the darks of the forest.
What the fuck is going on here? I say that in character.
I don't actually think I know.
Oh, this is
Is
why I
this-
stick to the main roads, but alright.
I mean, I don't recognize this at all. Like, this is totally out of left field for me, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
If this was common for you, I think we didn't need to have a very serious talk. The dwarf is just there, like his arms are down. He's done.
Yeah, and these garlands are a little bit like these Hawaiian things, right? Is it-
Lays.
Lays.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can
I mean, if I was Welkin, I'd be like,
I
oh,
wish
right,
you would have
it's-
stuck around and told us what happened here, but
it's
Yeah, I'm
not
a little more confused.
druid,
About the,
right?
I mean, okay, I'd like to inspect the lay and figure out what the fuck is going on. I have no idea. I don't know. Can I like look at the flowers? Like, are they native here? Are they just weird ass fucking flowers? I don't know. Are they poisonous? I don't know.
You haven't seen any flowers since you entered the Misty Forest. Mist usually doesn't allow flowers to grow very well.
Do I know what these are?
Flowers, different kinds.
That's all. Okay.
You
Do
tell
they
me what
smell
kind
pretty?
of flowers they are.
You know what? I've seen flying castles. I've been mauled by dragons. I've seen everything. This doesn't surprise me anymore.
We haven't
That's what
Right.
you
seen a
decide.
person.
You
This place
decide.
is
You know,
abandoned. We haven't seen a person in week, almost 2.
I don't think that was a
And
person.
the first thing we see flies away as an owl.
Doesn't
I
even tell
mean,
us what's wrong
If
here.
I could fly away, that's what I'd pick too. But I mean, I don't know if that was a druid, a goddess. I don't know.
Her blessing. Do you know of any elven gods that are her visage? An old woman?
Would I?
again, she was an elf.
I mean, she was definitively an elf.
Looked like one.
Jesus.
Gods.
Well, I mean, like
born.
gods
Okay,
can.
let
take
me
other-
let me put two things in one round, in one sentence. She was
Okay.
a very old-looking elf.
She's
Which
gotta be a
means
druid
she's
then.
super old.
I mean, she's a druid, okay?
Do
Okay.
I know? Do
Let
I
me
know which
let me
direction
give
she
you
went?
let me give Malin. You never saw an old-looking elf. Elves don't age once they
Age.
reach
They don't
maturity.
age. That's not an elf. That wasn't an elf.
Then what was it? It sure looked like one. I mean, until the whole feather thing.
Elves don't grow old, Thorin.
Is serious? You're pulling me beard.
Elves don't grow old.
maybe really old elves grow old, like ones that live like even beyond what
No.
elves should live.
Even Melindrock doesn't look that old.
How old's
I-
Melindrock?
How old is Melindrock? I mean, I assume he's been in power for a long time.
You don't know how old he is. At least 5,000 years.
Yeah.
Maybe she's
I
older
mean-
than that. Maybe
Yeah,
she's
what if
like
she's
the
older?
beginning of time elf.
Maybe.
One
I
with
don't
the earth
think-
elf.
Elf?
Again,
You mean an elf?
Druids also
Like
live for a longer
Earthbones
time.
elf.
yes, but they don't age like this.
Well,
don't- They don't
None-
look like that. I
So
don't
the
think
one,
that was an
the
elf.
one thing that you would know is if elves, usual quote unquote usual elves, grow old, at some point they move to Evermeet, right? Not everybody, like certain elves that kind of stick around, as Malandrak, for instance. But at some point, usually elves just leave, move to the Fae, and or Evermeet.
So if she is an elf, she's a weird ass elf.
Yes.
I don't think she's an elf.
All right. Here's a picture.
Well,
Found it.
Beautiful.
You know what?
Or maybe I like this more.
Yeah.
You know what? Old elves that shouldn't exist turning into owls. There is that move. Dragon in my hold. Castles in the sky. Dragons coming out of nowhere. Dragons taking us to another planes. Dragons that look like elves. Dragons that look like humans. Dragons that don't look like dragons. That's it. Elf, let's call me Thal. That's it.
Tainted forests.
You know what?
Place that shouldn't exist. Yeah, we're doing
What
well.
direction did she
You know
fly
what? Give me a
in?
week. A week, and I'll put my armor on fire. In 2 weeks, I'll be the first dwarven dragon rider, and in 3 weeks, I don't stop it. You're weird, Malin. Your forest is weird.
It is today. It is very strange today.
You're
You
weird,
tell-
and you don't even to you this forest is weird. Think how it is weird to me.
Thorin, I'm sorry.
I'm very
I'm-
confused.
So am I.
She gave us her blessing. What does that mean?
The fuck if I know.
Does this remind me of Saloon at all? Like getting
No.
a blessing from Saloon? No. Okay.
Getting a
Gods
blessing,
don't
yes,
walk on the earth.
but well, Tiamat might soon do. But Saloon, her guise is different, right?
Yeah.
At least he's not an old man with the canaries, right?
What the actual fuck?
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't know about the Elven Pantheon. I know I read Elvish, but I don't think I would know about the Elven Pantheon, so I can't even try to see if I
Aside
would.
from
I think if I had been able to identify a god at the Elvish pantheon, I would probably at least know the basics.
Are any of the gods known to give flower lays as their blessing?
Perhaps.
Can I roll religion and see if this rings any bells? I don't think she's
Sure, give
okay.
me religion, but also give me Arcana.
What?
Both.
Oh, Arcana.
You can give me and everybody that is proficient in Arcana.
Oh yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, well, there's religion. There's my Arcana.
Mm-hmm.
Arcana.
For the love of God, I
Yeah.
hope your Arcana is better than mine.
It's pretty good.
Good.
Religion. A god? Just like this? For a meeting like this? Maybe a trickster god? That is super bored or some shit like this?
Loki.
Maybe a god. Yes, exactly. Maybe a god that is like a traveler's god or a nature god, but a god? What? However,
Probably
Caius,
Yep.
you are in an elven fucking forest.
Yep.
If there is anything that happened to you, it was a fae.
Oh,
Yeah, shit leaks in from the Feywild all the time.
that makes
right?
sense. Probably could have been an archfey. Shit. Yeah. So he kind of sits for a second and he goes, "Oh, not a god.
It's worse, isn't it?
Possible archfey or fey spirit. They're not exactly as well. They're complicated.
Oh well.
I
No
mean,
use mulling over it. Like the dwarf says, discussion gathers no gems. Let us move.
if
To
we have
answer-
anything to discuss, we'll just talk about it back in the village.
To answer your question, Marlene, you tell me in what direction she went.
Oh god, if this is Faye, this would have. I assume they would have gone in the direction of.
Left. Right. Yes.
Up.
Yes.
They went left. She went left.
Never catch her. She's flying.
Yeah. Now it's this brush getting in the way. I won't be able to catch her.
So your forest mixes with the Feywild, possibly then.
Which I don't think I remember that from my childhood.
Nope.
No, that is
I
a
mean-
new development.
I mean, possible, but they usually no.
It never bled.
Never bled. You knew of places where you could move from one place to another if you want to, because many people, like many elves, kind of tend to move back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
If the material between the planes is merging, that's not good. But let's get back to the town and see if we can figure anything out there.
Yeah, we'll discuss this further in town.
I'll think over it as we walk.
Right. So, let's close the session now.
Yeah, holy hell.
That was
So-
a lot of crazy shit.
Oh my god.
Well, you wanted to go to the Misty Forest.
I really did. Now I'm confused.
So you take like a few more hours to kind of search the village up and down, but you don't really gather more information. Just so we finish this before we go into the next session, and then do it at the start of next session, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So, favorite moment today's session. Lewis, let's start with you.
Hoot hoot.
Good.
I think that describes it. I mean, what the hell? No, that was, I mean, finding out the village, and sure, it was interesting, but since we didn't discover, I think that the biggest piece of information that we got here was the mountain, or the small hill, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where we saw the shape changer was there, or here at the end where we saw this crazy old elf that shouldn't exist. I mean, maybe it has nothing related to what happened here, but that was definitely interesting.
Yeah, I don't know how your food supplies are looking at this point, but you know.
Not
I mean,
great.
if there was small game, I mean, I am able to do a little bit there, but
I'm already at
Roughly-
less than half rations than what I
Roughly.
left.
Get out of this forest soon, for sure.
All right, Malin. Sorry, Alex.
fuck. Probably getting back to the forest and being back to the village, excuse me,
Mhm.
and just seeing it as empty and abandoned, and just the general creepiness of this whole place. I mean, this is not at all what I expected. This is super weird. And finding my home just like abandoned and stuff rotting.
Yep. I mean, home in the sense of in the summer or so you stay there, right?
I mean,
But-
yeah, but I grew up there, you know.
Yeah. I just mean that this is like the summer home or the, I guess, winter home, right? Because it's winter.
This is pretty much like, yeah. It's just very strange.
All right. I mean,
Just the random weird elf lady in the woods.
It's the closest thing to a hint we've had this whole time.
I mean, we're wandering around in circles, and then, oh, hi there. Help me. Okay, have some flowers. What?
Bye.
yep.
It
Wait,
was
wait.
interesting
What
if
happened
we can help
here?
her.
Bye. There.
Would that have been
Hoot, hoot.
interesting if we didn't help out? Yeah, but it's like, I think it adds to the world.
That was just a random encounter. I don't think it has any.
No, but it adds to the world, right?
No, it does, but it's just like
Stuff. Not everything that you find is quest related, right?
I understand that. It's just like, wait, can't you tell us what happened here? Nope. Takes
We have a blessing as of some kind, whatever that may mean.
Maybe the blessing will let us see invisible monsters that are in the woods.
I think
that
it makes us
we
smell
see
like
before.
flowers. It's a curse.
Pretty. We're gonna turn into flowers.
At this point, Melina will welcome whatever bullshit happens because she knows I have no other ideas.
All right, Corey.
Just the very end there, figuring out that the forest is mixing possibly with the Feywild, and that was possibly an Archfey. It's pretty crazy. And also stuff with my family was fun. And figuring out that they've gone to Waterdeep was like, oh, fuck, that sucks.
Yeah, but since there was a possibility of you realizing this before you leave Waterdeep, but since Thorin left without speaking to Neverember, like he completely ignored Neverember's offer.
Yeah.
There was no you weren't getting
totally makes
involved
sense.
with the army, right? So
Yeah, it totally makes sense. It totally makes sense that they would go join too. Yep. But that was crazy at the end, figuring out that we're possibly in the Feywild or mixing in, going through and back and forth. So.
Well, that could mean trouble.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, the last time there was.
Last time you were there, you were extremely lucky.
Yeah.
But also, you stayed for much longer, right? The longer you stay, it's the bigger the danger is.
I don't know if getting kidnapped by pixies and turned into squirrels was lucky, but.
They played with them, okay?
Hey, you didn't got a tail out of it. I did. I came back, I was a raccoon.
Really?
Literally. I almost became a furry that day.
Oh my god.
Yeah, they went into a fairy kingdom.
And
And
shit
fuck
got
with them.
real. Lovely.
They just played with Falcon, okay?
The most interesting part of that was like a werewolf going like, "Hey, should you do this for us? We're just asking you to massacre the entire sprite
Well, I
population."
did. I fireballed the entire little nest of pixies.
Callista was basically a character that was used to lying, was like, "Sure, I'll do it," and then crossing fingers behind her back. But you don't lie there; it doesn't happen.
Feywild, if you speak a word, you're bound to it.
If you agree. So yeah, we went and massacred two. They turned us into squirrels, which gave us plenty of motive.
You turned me into... They just played! They didn't kill Malkin. They could have, but they're fairies.
I had a nose, 2 ears, a freaking raccoon tail or something, or squirrel tail.
And they played Float the Squirrel.
Until I fireballed them with Welkin in the middle of them.
He
He just
wasn't
got a
even
little
mad.
singed.
He wasn't even mad.
He was already a little burnt from his trip down the pit of.
He was like, finally, sweet release.
So is that new module they're putting out, the Tomb one?
Tomb of Annihilation.
Is that Tomb of Horrors rated, or is it different?
It's a little bit like this, yes. Like, the Tomb of Horror, the original one, 5e conversion, is in the Tales of Yawning Portal. And this is a reimagination similar to the Against the Giants, which is like Storm King Thunder, or like Prince of the Apocalypse, which is a little bit like the reimagination of Temple of Elemental Evil, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's takes place in Chult.